The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2313. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2313, the first engrossment, an act relating to public employment.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the purpose of House File 2313 is to correct an interpretation of Minnesota statute that the Minnesota courts have consistently failed to get right. The issue here, members, is that workers who are part of the bargaining team for management for public employers are not allowed to be, are designated as confidential, meaning that they have access to confidential information that they use as part of the bargaining process, and therefore they're not allowed to be part of the bargaining unit that's negotiating that contract. Unfortunately, through a number of decisions at the court level, the definition of access in state law has been expanded to include anybody who is in IT, and because in theory somebody in IT could gain access to the negotiating information, various public employers have classified those workers as confidential, which goes well beyond the scope of the intended definition of that term. The Bureau of Mediation Services has, through a number of orders over the years, tried to provide the correct interpretation, meaning that access means that you could actually have some reason to access it for part of your job. In a couple of court decisions, specifically the Scott County case, the court overruled the Bureau of Mediation Services, and the purpose of this legislation is essentially to overrule the court's decision in AFSCME Council 14 v. Scott. And members, this is not simply an issue related to the Metropolitan Council. This issue came up in committee. It is not simply about one unit of government. This is something that is done in local units of government around the state, this definition of confidential. And so, members, we need to pass this law to clarify the legislature's intent to not exclude those workers from the bargaining units just because, in theory, they could gain access to data that could be, in theory, used for negotiating contracts. And members, there are amendments. I'm ready to discuss those when you are.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Pepin moving to amend House File 2313, the first engrossment, as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and representatives. This amendment just limits this. Does the same thing, but it limits it to the Met Council. There was some testimony in committee that there was some problems because there were some HR folks and others who needed the information to do some contract negotiations, and so I'm just trying to limit it and see how that works out. So, members, I would ask for a green vote, and Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. Representative Pepin, in government operations, when we first heard this bill, there was some question about whether this was happening in other parts of the state. Because of your diligent committee work, this also went to the Labor Committee, and while I didn't think it was necessary, I appreciate that because it allowed us to look at where else in the state this is happening. And one example, I think the most egregious example perhaps, was the city of Prior Lake, where the receptionist was excluded, was considered a confidential employee because from time to time the receptionist was asked to generate a list of payroll information, employee names and salaries. And then they went one step further and actually had the backup receptionist removed from the list of, and included in the list of confidential employees because the backup sometimes could, in theory, reach to the receptionist's job of pulling a list. So this happens around the state. I would not think we should limit it just to the Metropolitan Council. I think there's a reason to pass this bill that applies uniformly.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 71 nays, the motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Beppin moving to amend House File 2313, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A3.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In committee, there was some testimony that there are about 600 employees from local governments across the state designated as confidential employees. Some of the HR personnel and the IT management might need that information for contract negotiations, so I think that we need to be careful that we don't make this overbroad and that we're just affecting the employees who are, really shouldn't be listed. And so, members, I would ask for a green vote. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Pepin, I think that your amendment actually essentially restates what we already have in here. The people who would be in HR and who have some reason to use this confidential information, the bill says is required to access and actually use. And I think people who perform HR functions or who perform managerial functions related to IT will, it's likely that that's covered by the existing language of the bill. So I think it's unnecessary, and I would urge a red vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Albright votes aye. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Benson M. moving to amend House File 2313, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A4.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the author, I remember this bill in Labor, Workforce, and Regulated Industries. Lots of questions, of course. I think I made some reference to this being a union bill, but I've had time to reconsider and understand the necessity of making sure that there's real clarification and understanding both the intent originally and the intent of the new law that you're trying to create that would differentiate. I have some real concerns, though, that we've not included management in helping to understand or discern who should be included and who shouldn't be. I do have some real concerns with employees who have access, whether or not they are supposed to have access or there's responsibility for that information, but nevertheless they have access. The purpose of this amendment is to make sure that prior to any change in this law that there is a study done by the Commission of Mediation Services with representatives of both state and local employers and the exclusive representatives of the state and local public employees, to give them an opportunity to work out, in fact, who clearly would be identified as a confidential employee under this new law. So, members, we've heard a lot of contracts being settled. Representative Lilly just brought to us a new contract with $259 million in new monies or raises paid to state employees. We don't have to be in a hurry to change this law tonight. There is time. I think it is more than prudent that we make sure that when we change in the law of this magnitude, that we indeed make sure that both parties represented at the contract table have some input into deciding how that's going to go. So, members, I would ask a green vote.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a red vote on this. The way this actually works is that you've got statute. The Bureau of Mediation Services will interpret the statute. There will be contested cases in which labor and management will make their arguments, and the Bureau will figure that out. So management's not left out. It's just that we are defining the terms. We are setting the policy. Management comes, and if they have a disagreement or if the bargaining unit has a disagreement, they go through BMS. If there's a challenge to that, it goes up to the court system. So there's adequate opportunity for everybody to be involved. And the second point is, I don't think the Commissioner of Mediation Services should be involved in setting the policy. I think they should be involved in adjudicating differences of opinion about how it applies in particular cases.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Winkler, we just heard a bill the other night, in fact, where the whole purpose of the bill is to make sure that we were reducing litigation. So now you're saying we're going to go through a process to find out exactly what this means through more litigation. This would give us ability to have mediation services involved with arbitrating, if you will, a study to find out, in fact, who should be a confidential employee. Members, this just makes perfect sense. We're not in a rush. That we don't need to change this tonight. Gives the ability of a study to be done and both sides to come back with a study that would say these people should be and these people shouldn't be confidential employees. And the end of this would be certainly more people paying union dues, but at least we'd know definitively who should be classified as a confidential employee.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion has not prevailed. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
O'Driscoll moving to amend House File 2313, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A5.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Amendment. There we go. Thank you, members, Mr. Speaker. The A5 amendment is what I would consider to be some comfort language on this. We've heard a couple of other amendments this evening that have talked about how the process is going to work and where we might have this confidentiality, whether it be in the Met Council or the like. What this does is, I think, strengthens Representative Winkler's bill by putting in punitive damages if a covered person does, or a person associated with negotiations does, disclose confidential information as a part of that negotiations. It makes it a misdemeanor here in the state of Minnesota to violate Section 13.37, Subdivision 1, Paragraph C, and also subjects that individual to some disciplinary action and possible discharge as a result of that. Again, it's just to be able to provide some comfort language to support and to help the process. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd urge a red vote on this amendment as well. I don't think you need to start including punitive terminology like this or punitive language and consequences like this in this section of PELRA. And Representative Driscoll, if management has a concern about the use of the data, they of course set workplace policies. They negotiate with the employees through a collective bargaining agreement about how to handle discipline issues, how to address any of these questions, including discipline and discharge. So I don't think that we need to add this kind of punitive language here. And I think it's really kind of suggests that somehow we think that these employees are going to be doing something improper with the data, when I think that the existing channels for correcting employee behavior are going to work just fine.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before we had the short recess this evening, by large bipartisan support, sending out of this chamber was a bill that helped to also strengthen some things here in the state of Minnesota. And one of the provisions that was in there was that there wasn't going to be any punitive damages to an individual who might otherwise disclose wage and salary information. And I raised that question in committee as to what happens if it's a collective bargaining or a competitor who might work with an employee, and there was no provision in there. I think that this is good, solid comfort language that helps us to provide a roadmap and a coverage for individuals who know what the violations would be should they choose to exempt themselves from the policy within an organization. Members, again, I encourage a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Drazkowski moving to amend House File 2313, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment limits the language in the intent of the bill to cities of the first class, and we heard this bill in the Government Operations Committee, and it was made very clear by the testifier from the League of Minnesota Cities that this particular situation that this particular part of statute addresses applies quite a bit to actually not just IT people, but HR people throughout the state, including all of our local units of government. And those are the people, very clearly in the testimony, that are the people who would be accessing information that is labor-related information that would be improperly classified according to this bill. So, members, I think this does a better job of fine-tuning what is intended in the bill and limits it to cities of the first class. Ask for your support, members, and Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment. We do have, I've shared some information about where this has been used in other places. In addition to the Metropolitan Council, which your amendment does not address, and the City of Minneapolis, which your amendment would address, other bodies, municipal bodies include the City of Inver Grove Heights, City of South St. Paul, County of Black-Parle, the Southwest Health and Human Services Agency, City of Prior Lake, Scott County, City of Plymouth. This is a fairly prevalent issue, and ever since the Minnesota Court of Appeals in ASME Council 14 v. Scott changed the definition and changed the interpretation of the BMS ruling, this has been used by a lot of entities around the state, so I think it's important that we tighten it up and apply it to everyone.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Uglem moving to amend House File 2313, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded DE1.
Representative Uglem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DE1 amendment is similar to some of the other amendments that have been offered. On 1.8, it changes a little wording there to authorize, making the wording more precise. And also, it's specifically designed to clarify who would be included, as you can see in 111 through 114.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment as well. This is a fairly narrow definition of who a confidential employee would be under this definition of authorized, and so I think we create a problem when we define it so narrowly that in other situations, other types of employees, evolving workplaces, evolving technology issues, it may be very difficult for BMS to apply this in the future in a way that makes a lot of sense. So I think by narrowing it down so much, we create more of a problem than we solve, and I would ask for a no vote.
Representative Uglem.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 71 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2313.
Third reading. Any further discussion on the bill? Representative Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I encourage a red vote on this. Members, this is another one of the DFL majority's union payback bills. As a matter of fact, what it does is it carves out the ability for the unions to bring forward more membership from the public employee pool, including those who work throughout all of the various HR places throughout state and local government. And we had testimony very clearly in committee. Not only does this proposed bill break through 20 years of settled law, it also provides a new approach and an approach that could place at risk the ability for union employees to have access to employee data that is private data, that is the full reason for which this particular piece of law exists in the first place, to protect that data from actually being abused by the union. So that's what this piece of law does, members, is it protects the data of public employees from misuse by Minnesota's public sector unions, and this particular piece of legislation loosens that up and allows potential for that data to be improperly accessed by the unions and used to their advantage. So I'd ask you for a no vote on this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Jaskowski, you continue to use the phrase union payback in a number of contexts, and in quite a few instances I've considered rising to a point of order because by doing so you appear to be questioning the intentions of the members of the legislature in proposing a bill. I happen to think that it's important that we clarify our intention, that we correct the court's understanding of statute, that the line of cases after AFSCME Council 14 v. Scott be clarified, that we are talking about people who actually use the information for their job, not people who would be doing something wrong or violating workplace policies or doing some other violation of law potentially by accessing this information. We have plenty of protections in place already. You may not like some of them. I don't stand here and question your intention and your motivations regarding public employee use of confidential information, nor should you question our intention with regard to a bill that clarifies statutes. So I think that in the future, you might be better served actually addressing the merits of the question before us instead of questioning motives. Members, I think the court's got it wrong. I think the idea behind the statute is that people who actually use the information as part of their job should not be part of the bargaining unit, and it should not be a loophole through which you can push more people out of the collective bargaining units. And so I would ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Uglem votes no. There being 77 ayes and 53 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1762.
Senate File 1762, the first engrossment, an act relating to cosmetology.
Representative Uglem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cosmetology board bill for the session here. I'll just go over all the sections here. Section 1 increases the board size from 3 to 7 members. No fiscal impact. The board is taking care of that in their budget. Section 2, relatively simple, defines licensed practice people. Section 3 has to do with the expiration dates of licenses. Section 4 deals with your non-residence licenses and talks about that. 5 defines schools and professional associations. 6, Section 6 goes over and defines the special events and services for the Cosmetology Board. I guess really I'll just highlight a few others here. There are no highlights, yeah. Maybe not. Section 8, it is the cosmetology bill. Section 8 has new definitions regarding health standards. Section 9 also talks about residential salons. Important part in here, as Chair Mahoney knows, is that it does detail, as far as the partitions go in homes and things like that, having to be full partitions. Going further in here, Section 11 contains provisions for the Minnesota State authorization of the cosmetology school. Reading further on here, Section 13 will deal with revoking of licenses, and 14 is the exempt rulemaking provision. So I'm sure you've all checked this out very thoroughly. That is the bill, and I don't think we have any further things to talk about.
Okay.
I would ask your approval on this bill. Vote green.
Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 1762.
Third reading. Any further discussion to the bill? Representative Mahoney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Uglem, I'm glad you have improved since committee, but could you explain the revoking of a license and how they go about doing that?
Representative Uglem.
Chair Mahoney, did you say parochial license?
Representative Mahoney.
In the bill, you've given them authority to revoke a license. Could you explain what would get a license revoked?
Representative Uglem.
Certainly, Chair. Mr. Speaker, there are lots of reasons a license can be revoked. Some of them are pretty common that you would think would be common, and that's if, for instance, an intoxicant or controlled substance is being used, if you have unprofessional conduct or practice, failure to deploy a typical license, failure to not meet an inspection. All of those are reasons why a license would be revoked.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is passed. Representative Scott votes aye. So 127 ayes and 2 nays. The bill is passed and is title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 859. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 859 on the calendar for the day, the second engrossment, an act relating to housing.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and member. House File 859 provides further protection for renters who are victims of violence. Back in 2008, we passed a bill that for the first time explicitly said that victims of domestic violence could get out of their residential leases under certain circumstances. They would have to pay 1 month's rent, but if they showed an order for protection or a similar court document, they could get out of that residential lease. It had broad, nearly unanimous bipartisan support. But in the years since then, many people on all sides of this issue who have analyzed it have seen the need for some reform and some change, and this bill does it. I'm pleased to report that it has global agreement on the part of the Multi-Housing Association, the apartment folks, and legal aid, more typically the tenant advocates. And this is the product of heavy negotiations since last October or November. So in particular, Todd Liljenquist from the Multi-Housing Association and Ron Elwood from legal aid, they really did the heavy lifting, not me, and they came to this agreement. So there is total agreement on this language. It went through 3 committees, and thanks members who were on those committees for your patience. Bottom line is this. First, it expands the scope of the protection not only to those who are alleged victims of domestic violence, but who are alleged victims of sexual assaults and stalking. Second, it expands the types of documents that are good enough to get out of the residential lease. So for example, it no longer limits the alleged victim to just a court document. It can be a signed statement, for example, from one of a number of qualified third parties, like a sexual assault counselor, law enforcement, and others, as long as there's a face-to-face meeting. So it can't be done over the phone. If after a face-to-face meeting someone signs a document who's on the list, attesting to the fact that they have a reasonable belief that this person is in fear for their own safety, then that person can get out of the lease. That's really the guts of the bill. That's sort of the heart of the bill, members. As I say, there's global peace here among all the stakeholders as a result of long-standing negotiations, so I ask for your support.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Simon moving to amend House File 859, a second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A2.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment just basically puts the finishing touches on what I just said. There's some technical language, you can look at it, but it basically resolves the final and lingering issues between the parties that, as of the last committee hearing, they were far apart on, or not far apart on, but somewhat apart on, and now there's total agreement. So that's all the amendment does. Ask for your support.
Any discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Clark moving to amend House File 859, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 242.
Representative Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that adds the Housing Opportunities Made Equitable, otherwise known as the HOME pilot project, to the bill. This is a bill that went through our Housing Committee, and we had lots of discussion, worked with the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency, who's in support of this bill now. It's a bill that will actually help us begin to more effectively close the racial disparity gap in affordable home ownership in Minnesota. You may know Minnesota has the worst, the highest affordability disparities in home ownership. And so working with MHFA, we crafted a bill that does a number of things, which helps them work with qualified nonprofit organizations to originate mortgages for those folks who have had a hard time in the past, but who are able to actually do a good mortgage and are able to go forward and become homeowners in the state of Minnesota. I passed out a graph that you can see the huge disparity that we have here in Minnesota. This bill is supported by a lot of faith organizations, by numerous communities of color. Just mentioned a few: MICA, the Metropolitan Interfaith Council on Affordable Housing, Build Wealth Minnesota, CLUES, the Jewish Community Action Agency, Model Cities, Northside Community Reinvestment. Really across the board, groups of folks who have worked on this. Members, I ask your support. I think this will really help move us forward in addressing this disparity gap. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We heard this bill in committee a couple of days, and there were some concerns about bond ratings and such, but Representative Clark worked very hard and got the language tweaked a bit so it's okay with housing finance. So the way the bill is now, I have no objections to it. Thanks, Representative.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 859 as amended.
Third reading. Representative Simon.
Thank you, members. Ask for your support. The bill will strengthen protections for people whose lives are in danger while at the same time accommodating the reasonable concerns of those who own the units. Thanks for your support.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Simon yield to a question, please?
He will. Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, I'm just trying to do some quick looking here. Statute 504, is that the Minnesota landlord tenant law, or is that the Minnesota housing finance?
Representative Simon.
Representative O'Driscoll, I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you repeat the question?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, Statute 504B that we're looking at, is that the Minnesota landlord tenant law, or is that Minnesota housing finance? I'm just trying to figure out which statute it is, and that may help as to whether I have additional questions or not.
Representative Simon.
Representative O'Driscoll, I believe it's the landlord tenant statute.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Practical question for Representative Simon on his bill, if he would.
He will yield.
Thank you. Under Minnesota state law, the landlord is required within 21 days of the termination of the lease to return the security deposit. And in order for the landlord to do that, they have to procure the tenant's forwarding address. Given the fact that an individual is leaving in a situation of domestic violence or other where they may not want individuals to know where they're going, how would the landlord be able to comply with that request of getting that information to be able to forward the security deposit and its accompanying interest under Minnesota statute?
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Representative O'Driscoll. It's a good question. I've heard actual examples about this. The only exception that I'm aware of is if someone were enrolled, for example, in the Safe at Home program. Representative Holberg had the bill yesterday, day before, I can't remember, about the Safe at Home program, which allows for total address confidentiality and anonymity. Short of that, however, in order to get anything back or any rights or financial payment that is due them, they would have to disclose some sort of address. But that wouldn't necessarily or even ever become public or much less available to the alleged abuser. And I think that's an important point.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 130 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions and resolutions online and at the front desk. If there's no objection, we'll take those motions first. Hearing no objection, those motions prevail. Okay. Yeah.
Persell moves that House File 2949 be recalled from the, now on the General Register, be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my bill, and it is Unemployment Insurance Advisory Council recommendations, and it's got a fiscal note, needs to go to Ways and Means.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House File 2096 be taken from the table.
Representative Simon moves that House File 2096 be taken from the table. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Representative Simon, to your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the online voter registration bill. And it's got the broad bipartisan support, at least so far, we'll see today, but the broad bipartisan support that it's going to need to be enacted into law. As many of you know, Governor Dayton has imposed as a condition on election laws like this that they have bipartisan support, and at least in terms of the Elections Committee, we did. I want to thank Representative Sanders in particular. I see he's not on the floor right now, but he's been a great partner to work with on this, and Joe Marble as well as Jim Geldman from the respective caucus research staffs and the committee administrator. As many of you know, online voter registration is sort of is a phenomenon that's been adopted by many states. 18 states now have it. They are red states and blue states. It doesn't matter. Secretaries of state of all kinds have administered this law. And it's a real reform in the right direction in terms of making voting easier and more convenient for people who need that ease and convenience. And in Minnesota so far, several thousand people have already enrolled. Now, I just want to speak to kind of the obvious issue here. We might as well get it out there. There was a dispute, of course, last fall when the Minnesota Secretary of State's office attempted to go forward with an online voter registration system. And there's a pending lawsuit right now which seeks to determine whether or not the Secretary of State's office had the authority to, in present law, without seeking additional clarification from the legislature, to do that. We're not going to solve that today. And so that is pending before a court. The whole idea of this bill is to leave that issue for another day, so to speak, and to dwell on the merits. And I have to say there's widespread agreement on the merits of this. And so what the bill basically does is it provides for an online voter registration system in Minnesota, but it adds certain protections and precautions that were heavily negotiated as part of this bill since introduction. And I see Representative Sanders is now on the floor, and again, I want to thank him for his good faith negotiations on this issue. So basically, you can do the online voter registration. The Secretary of State's office is required to keep a log of IP addresses and report suspicious information, which comes in several kind of varieties. There's clarification in the bill about the jurisdiction where someone could be brought to justice for any irregularities or fraud, for trying intentionally or otherwise to register in the wrong jurisdiction. And there's also a requirement here that the Secretary of State's office maintain some sort of printable record of those who seek to enroll online to register. I will point out that right after the bill was introduced, there were folks who had some improvements, some suggested improvements. And Representative Sanders and I and staff and other outside stakeholders who take an interest in these issues met in the State Office building and hashed out what those issues were. And I'm pleased to report that this bill now reflects virtually every one of the considerations and suggestions and critiques that was initially advanced. I can only think of one that wasn't, and Representative Sanders and I and all of us agreed not to do that. So what you're seeing before you, members, is complete agreement, at least so far, among those who have looked at the issue, negotiated it, talked to outside stakeholders, talked to the Secretary of State's office, looked at what the technological and other capabilities are, and determined that this was a safe, secure, effective, and empowering way to bring about what is really, when you think about it, a natural and normal convenience. We do so much else in life these days online. It just stands to reason that we would do this as long as we are restricting it to obviously eligible voters, and we have true security checks in place to make sure that there are no irregularities. So this bill, I think, accomplishes that. I ask for your support. Thank you, members.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 2096, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 234.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, in the spirit of the broad bipartisan support, this is a Hansen-Drazkowski bill that's on the General Register. So it's got some broad support. What it does is it relates to a provision currently if you send out a holiday card after the election in the election year, is considered a campaign expense. And what the amendment does, which is passed through committees, is it says that in that election year, after the general election and before the end of the year, that would be considered a non-campaign expense. So I ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Simon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the amendment. In the Elections Committee, it had no opposition. It seems like a common sense way to correct what seems like an oversight in the law. I support it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 2096, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw that amendment.
Representative Hansen withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Sanders moving to amend House File 2096, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A9.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Hopefully this is a small, non-controversial amendment in front of us. All this amendment does is move our primary to the first Tuesday after the third Monday in June, and I would appreciate your support.
Any discussion? Representative Simon.
Well, this is a tough one, Mr. Speaker and members, because I support the June primary. I'm the chief author of the current bill on that subject. I think it's the right thing to do. I think we should spend more time, regardless of what political party, choosing who the best office holder is, and not more calendar time choosing and selecting who the best Democrat or Republican for that office is. And so I support the underlying policy, obviously, but I acknowledge that in both caucuses and across this House, there is disagreement on this, I think it's safe to say. And I think more work needs to be done by proponents of the idea, like me, like Representative Sanders, to make sure that it has more support than it apparently currently does. So I support it, but members, I think this is unfortunately not the time to adopt it. So while I appreciate the spirit in which it's brought to this floor, and it's a cause that's dear to me and one that I hope over time we'll get to, I don't think it ought to be a part of this bill.
Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Simon. I know that members of this body, we have had quite a debate over this. I think that moving the primary to June is important. I think if you look at the last primary we had, we're actually, our turnout results were some of the worst in the nation for having, during the primary election, for having a primary in August. I think it makes sense. June primary would put us about in the middle of the country as far as where the primary would be, almost right in the middle of states that would be in front of us, and behind us we'd be right in the middle of the pack. And I think it makes a lot of sense for us. So members, I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Seeing no, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise to encourage people to vote against this. I think we need to focus on our work. I think we found that challenging in the last 4 weeks, given the intensity. And I think that having our races being contested all the way and with the primary in June would be a distracting factor. It would have people trying to spend as much time as they could dealing with other issues other than the policies before us. And I think that the August primary has proven to be very successful and well regarded by the public. And in terms of vacations, I know just as many people who take August vacations as June. In fact, our entire city's school park programs and other programs on athletic teams and in mid-August, just so families can take that late August vacation and go to the state fair and take summer vacations around the July 4th holiday.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for a question? of the bill.
That author?
Representative Simon. The author.
Well, Representative Simon will yield. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simon, and given light of your concerns and Representative Loeffler's concern, what about a friendly amendment? We just move the Republican primary to June and leave you guys in August. Is that okay?
All right. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested. All those who support the amendment, please stand.
Those opposed? Those opposed?
Those voting no, please stand. Don't count. There being 47 ayes and 75 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report this amendment.
Johnson B. moving to amend House File 2096, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A10.
Representative Johnson.
Members, this is a amendment I have on. Representative Simon has worked with me I'm going to withdraw that amendment.
Representative Johnson withdraws the amendment. There are no other amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 2096, as amended.
Third reading. Any further discussion to the bill? Representative Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Simon, I want to thank you for bringing a good, strong bill to the floor that I think responsibly promotes access while also promoting integrity in our election system. I want to thank the author of the bill for working with us. I wish that we could have started this process in this vein. I wish that the Secretary of State would have gone through the legislature. I think that this process ended up working out extremely well. I think we have a great bill in front of us, and I urge members' green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Simon.
Well, thank you, members, and again, thank you, Representative Sanders, for your willingness to work together, not just with me, but with staff, with outside stakeholders. I do think we have a good bill that reflects bipartisan consensus. We all know that the right to vote is important. It's sacred. It's worth protecting. It's worth defending. And in a case like this, it is worth strengthening. That's what we're doing today. We're strengthening the right to vote for people. We have the integrity in place, the security measures in place, and I think going forward, this will be something that the people of Minnesota will find not only convenient, but one that expands their right and their ease and access for voting as well. Thank you, members. I urge your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Hansen moves that House File 1926 be taken from the table.
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker, House File 1926 is the Outdoor Heritage Bill, and I move that be taken from the table.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Clerk will report the bill.
House File 1926, an act relating to natural resources, a third engrossment.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 1926 is the product of the Outdoor Heritage Council. This year it has over $109 million in appropriations. Those appropriations are spread over prairies, wetlands, forests, and fish, game, and wildlife habitat. I think you will be getting some summaries of the appropriations. I'm going to quickly walk through the sections. Total appropriation, $109.3 million. We provide to prairies, a section of prairies, $37.4 million, including DNR wildlife management areas and scientific and natural area acquisitions. Accelerating the wildlife management area acquisition program. $3.9 million to the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Project. $2.4 million to the Northern Tallgrass Prairie Wildlife Refuge acquisition. Accelerated protection of grassland and prairie habitat with Reinvest in Minnesota Native Prairie Bank easements, $3 million. Minnesota buffers for wildlife and water, Phase 4, $2.2 million to the Board of Water and Soil Resources. $1.4 million to the Cannon River Headwaters Habitat Complex. $1.5 million to the Accelerated Prairie Restoration and Enhancement on DNR lands. $1.2 million to the Anoka Sandplain Habitat Restoration and Enhancement. $370,000 to the Crow-Hassan Prairie Complex Restoration and Enhancement. You'll see, members, there's a lot of restoration and enhancement in this bill, in addition to acquisition. Prairie and oak savanna restoration along the Mississippi and Rum Rivers, $380,000. In the forest section, preventing forest fragmentation and protecting and restoring lake and stream habitat in the St. Louis River, $2.8 million. Northeastern Sharp-tailed Grouse Habitat Program, $3.1 million. That's in central Minnesota. Protecting pineland, sands, aquifer, and forest lands, over $1 million. Protecting key forest lands in Cass County, $880,000. State forest acquisitions in southeastern Minnesota in the Richard J. Dorr State Forest, $950,000. Southeastern Minnesota protection and restoration to the DNR, $5.7 million. Camp Ripley Partnership, Phase 4, $1.2 million to the Board of Water and Soil Resources. Floodplain forest enhancement on the Mississippi River, $300,000. The Reinvest in Minnesota Wetland Partnership, $9.7 million to the Board of Water and Soil Resources. Accelerated Waterfall Production Area Acquisition, $7.2 million. Living Shallow Lakes and Wetland Initiative, $4.9 million. Wild Rice Shoreland Protection Program, $198,000. Accelerated Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancement, Phase 6, over $1 million. The DNR Aquatic Habitat Program, $2.5 million. Fisheries Habitat Protection on Strategic North Central Minnesota Lakes, $2.1 million. Habitat Protection in Dakota County, $1.1 million. Metro Big Rivers, Phase 5, $2.6 million. The Mustinka River Fish and Wildlife Habitat Corridor Rehabilitation, $2.4 million. Minnesota Trout Unlimited Cold Water Fish Habitat, Phase 6, $1.9. St. Louis River Restoration, $2.2. Knife River Habitat Rehabilitation 1.4, restoration and enhancement of Washington County public lands, $430,000. Worth park enhancements, $600,000. Evaluate the effectiveness of aquatic invasive species prevention programs, over $4 million for aquatic invasive species. That's new this year. Albert Lee Lake Management and Invasive Species Control Structure, $700,000. Conservation Partners Legacy Grant Program, a very popular program of small grants, $4.5 million. And because the demand was there for metro area small grants, there is an additional metro small grant program that is not confined only to the 7-county metro area, but also metro areas throughout the state. $4 million for that. And then we have the kind of the boilerplate language that's been in every year: contract management, money to the Legislative Coordinating Commission, a technical evaluation panel, transaction services, website, mapping, payment conditions. And then at the end, there's some language for pollinators, referencing the statute that's been passed. And then some acquisition procedures that are near the end. There is a Wagenius amendment that's on page 28, and a Representative Green amendment that was put on with modification in Representative Kahn's committee on land value assessment. And then finally there is a Article 2 reassigning some money in Carver County Parks and Trails grants. So that's the one non-outdoor heritage component. No additional new money. And I would stand for questions.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moving to amend House File 1926, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A32.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would withdraw that amendment.
Representative Hansen withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hackbarth moving to amend House File 1926, the third engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A27.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment on the Fond du Lac project that's in the bill, and it's just requiring that we also include some maps along with a list of proposed land acquisitions that's provided as required by the accomplishment plan.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hackbarth moving to amend his amendment to House File 1926 as follows. The amendment is coded A29.
Representative Hackbarth, and I believe you have a technical amendment to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Technical amendment on line 1.3 of the A29 amendment. I'd like to take out the words delete and the word and.
The clerk will report the technical amendment.
Hackbarth is making a technical change to his amendment. Let's see, page 1 and line. Page 1, line 3 should read page 1, line 2, insert.
Representative Hackbarth, that's incorporated to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you for that. Members, if you look in the bill on page 9, there's a section in the bill that has to do with some property that's located up near the Fond du Lac Reservation. And, we've talked about this quite extensively in different committees. And I think it's a good project. I think that we should be preserving this property. But it does set a precedent where I don't believe the people of the state of Minnesota, when they voted for this constitutional amendment to increase the tax on folks, to put money aside for game and fish projects, were thinking that this kind of thing was going to happen. This sets a precedent where we're purchasing land and then turning it over to a sovereign nation. This is the first that this has been done. I don't think that we should be doing this, And all the amendment does, members, is say that, yes, we're going to move forward with the project. We will do the project. We'll buy the property. And we're going to make it a state wildlife management area. And it goes even a step beyond that. It says that, okay, this is within the boundaries of the reservation. We're going to say, Fond du Lac, you can manage the property. So that's what this amendment does, members. It does protect and enhance the property. It spends the money on that project. It makes it a state wildlife management area, and it allows the Fond du Lac tribe to manage the property. I think it's a very, very sensible compromise, and I think it's more in line with what the people voted on for this constitutional amendment. I would support a yes vote, encourage a yes vote. Thank you, members.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had a couple of handouts related to this amendment. I'm wondering if I didn't see them start to come out yet. Maybe I'll begin to speak to it and see the status. I had a couple of two-page different handouts. What are you doing? Members, the Hackbarth Amendment is a really important amendment. And I'm going to lay out a scenario of why we should be buying this kind of land in the name of the state of Minnesota. Those of you that were here a couple years ago will remember there was a project called Mississippi Northwoods in Crow Wing County. Originally proposed as a $14 million purchase along the very scenic part of the Mississippi River just east of the Brainerd Airport. And what you're going to get is a handout that's going to show you the map of the land of about 2,000 acres that Lessard Sam's money was used to purchase. It originally was laid out to be bought as a wildlife management area. As it was being proposed, Crow Wing County proposed to have it done as a county forest. That seemed like a real good idea. Crow Wing County, their lands people have come down and testified in committee. They do a really good job of managing land. And so it looked like, well, this makes a lot of sense to have Crow Wing County potentially do it. Well, there's a couple of concerns in this property. It's proposed to have a state trail someday go through the land, and a bituminous blacktop trail going through the middle of a wildlife management area is inconsistent. But it is consistent and allowable on a county forest, unfortunately. So here's what happened, members, and when you get the handout, you'll see what I'm talking about. When this was proposed, I thought $14 million was too high, and it ended up when we got a second appraisal, we bought the land for $10 million. And I proposed that I thought the county should buy the land in the far southeastern corner that would potentially be developed for commercial property someday. That land was probably worth somewhere in the neighborhood of the parcel, maybe, I don't know, $1 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. Then the other thing I proposed is that Lessard Sam should get compensated for the trail. And then they said, don't worry about that. You know, a trail later on would be something that we could deal with. Well, members, you're going to see something here that's unbelievable, and it's going to show why we need to buy this land in the state's ownership and not another unit of government. In that case, it was Crow Wing County. In this case, it's the Fond du Lac tribe. What's actually happened in Mississippi Northwoods is there will be a three-way land exchange that will happen, and you'll get the handout that will show you the net effect is Crow Wing County will get this southeastern quarter section, basically, 143 acres, I believe. There must be a small exception for 10 or 15 acres. They're going to get that land for free. I need to repeat that again. The state of Minnesota, with Lessard Sam's dedicated sales tax money, bought this land, and Crow Wing County is going to end up getting the land for free by doing a three-way exchange. And you'd say, well, as long as they're doing a three-way exchange, and the reason they have to do a three-way exchange is you can't exchange lakefront or waterfront called riparian property for non-riparian. When you get my handout, and maybe some of you have it now, if you turn to the page that says the map that says Mississippi Northwoods Land Exchange, you'll see in the northwest corner of Mississippi Northwoods with the number 27 on it, just to the left of that number 27 is approximately 140 some acres of state land. It's state tax forfeited land. We already own it. It's been tax forfeited. It's inaccessible, members. It's not practical to be developed, but legally it could be developed, but you can't get to it. It's blocked off by the water and an airport with a big cyclone fence. Crow Wing County is going to make a separate exchange to get that tax forfeited land into county fee title. So the county will end up with county fee title in that area with the number 27. Those approximately 150 acres will now be county fee land. And then the land, if you look down on the far right by the number 35, that 140 acres that someday will be commercially developed. Representative Van Zelk, you'll like it. They'll cut the red pine. There's a good stand of red pine on there. They'll take those down. Good idea. Probably send them up to the bolt plant in Bemidji. That'll be great news. Because former potlatch land, so they'll probably send it to their own facility. That would make a lot of sense. And then the county will be able to develop this land. And then, members, that's the first thing. That's wrong. And if it would have been a wildlife management area, we would have got compensated from the county, because the right thing is the land by the highway probably should be developed. That probably makes sense. They have good commercial development there. It's not right for the state not to get compensated. Now the next thing is, and those of you that were here will remember I also said that someday somebody's going to blow a blacktop trail through the middle of this thing, because that's what the neighbors up there wanted to have done. Well, you know what? It gets more unbelievable. There actually was a study done in 2004, 6 years before we were buying the land, that shows where the trail's going. And you know what? In county forests, trails are an acceptable use. You know how much the state's going to get paid for that trail going through? Nothing. And it lays out here, it'll be 10 foot wide and blacktop. Members, let me explain to you, if it would have been bought as a wildlife management area, like it should have been, if there would have been a trail going through a WMA, it would have had to been dealt with, and the state trail would have had to compensate the wildlife management area. And what would have been fair is Lessard Sam's money wouldn't have been used for something that's not consistent with enhance, restore, and protect. And I said those in the wrong order, but those are the important three parts of the habitat money with Lessard Sam's. How does it relate, you say, to this parcel now? The Fond du Lac tribe does a tremendous job of management land in northern Minnesota. Arguably very much, and many of you have been contacted by Mr. LeBeau, and I agree with Mr. LeBeau that this land should be protected and it should be managed by the Fond du Lac tribe. And if they don't think gray wolves should be hunted on that 400 acres, the reality, we can reach our quota of gray wolves without hunting this tribal land. We don't need to. But members, it's very important to support the Hackbarth Amendment, because in the future we're going to have other lands on reservations and in ceded territory that tribes are going to want to protect and use Lessard Sam's money to purchase. And if we go down the road of doing one more big mistake like we did in Northwoods, entitle the land with the wrong entity, and I got to be honest, when we did it, I thought the county was probably an okay idea. Crow Wing County does a great job of managing the land. They came forward. I got to be honest, when they were riding back up to Brainerd in their car, I bet they thought, you know what? county forest, we can put a trail in. And we got this three-way exchange. I give them credit. I mean, it all worked out. We're going to get great land. The only thing is it was already protected, so we're paying for something we don't need to pay for. It's why we're the state of Minnesota's legislature, and we should be buying the land and keeping it in the title of Minnesota. You can argue, well, should it be a wildlife management area? Should it be a state rec area? You could argue that either way, but it should be titled for the state of Minnesota. I like this idea of it being managed by the Fond du Lac. Thank you, Representative Hackbarth, for bringing that forward. I think that's a neat idea and one that should get support. Members, I think this is a good common sense thing. They could go into conference. Representative Hansen, this is a really good bill. He could go into conference, and I kind of think that Senator Saxhogs may like this idea. So, members, please support the Hackbarth Amendment. Thank you for your patience.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I would oppose the Hackbarth Amendment. I neglected when I was introducing the bill to point out that this bill is the product of a unanimous recommendation by the Outdoor Heritage Council, of which Representative McNamara and I serve. So this provision, the Fond du Lac provision, to protect areas in the St. Louis River region was a unanimous recommendation as it is. Secondly, and I understand Representative McNamara's bit of buyer's remorse on the Mississippi Northwoods, but his analogy is one, premature, because that we have not finalized that. As members of the council, we have approval for accomplishment plans, and we have not made final approval of some of the things that are being suggested with the Mississippi Northwoods. And he was referencing a county plan. Now, the amendment that's before us, that's dealing with the Fond du Lac band purchase, I would agree with one thing that Representative Hackbarth said. This is new. But it's not new this year. It was new last year, because the band applied last year in 2012. They applied in 2012 and were denied. Now, the constitutional amendment, as we start to move away from 2008, memories can get foggy. But the constitutional amendment says that we're supposed to protect, restore, and enhance prairies, wetlands, forest, and fish, game, and wildlife habitat throughout the state. There's no asterisk on that amendment. There's no asterisk that says no Native Americans need apply. The Fond du Lac band applied, went through the process twice, and were recommended. So why would we pick this one application and say we want to change that management? We want to change it to give the money to the DNR when the band went through and responded to the request for proposals, went through the process and had extensive question and answers in 2012 and in 2013, and then as the bill moved through the legislature. If you look closely at the Hackbarth Amendment, it says on line 1.14, the commissioner may enter into an agreement with the Fond du Lac band. That also means they may not. That means they may not do it. The language that's in the bill, the band applied, it went through the process, it answered the questions, and it deserves to stay in the recommendation. So I would ask your opposition to the Hackbarth Amendment. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd like a roll call.
A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to back up a second here. Representative McNamara and I were teammates on that committee, and I think we were involved with the Fond du Lac. I think we voted for it and against it in the classic sense, right? In the end, I think we voted for it, so it's interesting that you're kind of speaking against it now. I think it's going to be a good project, but the reason I stand up today is I just want to speak about the Mississippi Northwoods. because a couple of years ago in that bill, that I think it was Representative Erdahl's bill, and I thought it was one of the greatest projects in the whole Lessard's package that year. I thought it was kind of, a neat one. It's no secret that I like parks and trails and that sort of thing, but that we had an opportunity to get up in that land, and it's on the Mississippi River, and it is amazing. It's really, truly a treasure, and through the work of the Lessard Sands, we've been able to protect that for Minnesota into the future, and it is really a treasure. And I hope, we're all coming up on this break here, and I know this really nothing to do with the amendment, but I hope you all get out and get some exercise and we were all out for a few minutes, but I hope you get outside, and if you get a chance, go to Brainerd. They've got that mountain bike thing up there that is amazing, and this connects down to Brainerd, and I hope that people get on there and use that trail through there. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to shut the trail down during hunting season, and they're going to put a fence up, or, we're lucky, Representative McNamara, we're fairly mobile, but maybe someone's maybe a little less mobile than us. They might want to hunt off a trail in a wheelchair or something. So, there's just different things that maybe thinking outside the box just a little bit. And I'm really proud of the Northwoods project, and I think it's a really nice one. But everybody get outside and get some fresh air.
Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lilly, yes, the Fond du Lac one. And I just want to clarify, I absolutely love both Northwoods and Fond du Lac. I very much. It's a tough issue in this ownership, but I couldn't agree more with Representative Lilly. And Mississippi Northwoods, and I've been there a couple times. I went up there by myself a couple different times, and once on a tour with the TPL and the Potlatch folks. It is really, really cool land. And, it's got like a mile of frontage on the Mississippi River above the dam. It's backed up by that dam, and it is really, really cool land. And this Fond du Lac property, I got to admit, I have not seen it other than the photos and the description. It's fantastic, and I really want to protect it. It could easily be developed, and it would be much better to not be developed. And Representative Hansen, you are right. Unfortunately, I think there was some miscommunication. It does say may enter, but you could go into conference and fix that to a shall, because that's what it should say. I know it says may, and that's what we're going to vote on. Unfortunately, the rules don't allow us to fix that may with the 24-hour rule, but folks would know that I certainly would rather it say shall, and I wouldn't want to do it as a may, because it should be managed by the tribe. But members, and Representative Hansen, just to correct one thing, you're right, it was a unanimous vote after it passed by one vote to do the Fond du Lac tribe. It was a unanimous vote to do all the projects that we voted on, but if I remember right, I think Fond du Lac passed on a 7-5 vote with that ownership. And I believe it would have passed with a larger majority for it if the ownership was different. It's just really a difference between the tribe feeling it's really important to have it in their name. I just use the Mississippi Northwoods as an example. I think we need to be careful. Sometimes we do buy land in other folks' names. We've done it at the University of Minnesota on some land out at the Arboretum. We did it with Anoka County up, Representative Hackbarth, right up in your neighborhood, Columbus Township, right up by there, where it was I think it's either a modified WMA or it might be county land. I think it's county land, but it is county land next to up by Carlos Sabry there. So, members, I just wish you will support the Hackbarth Amendment and look forward to the vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, first of all, nothing that was said about Northwoods has anything to do with that. So there was a lot of conversation with this particular purchase. So there was a lot of conversation that was really meaningless. Let's make it completely clear. The citizens of the Fond du Lac Band of the Lake Superior Chippewa are voters in Minnesota. Both Carleton and St. Louis counties, where the Fond du Lac Reservation is located, voted overwhelmingly for the Legacy Amendment. The Fond du Lac Band has tax agreements with the state of Minnesota where they collect and pay sales tax. Are we going to tell them You voted for the legacy, you pay the taxes that fund the legacy, but yet you're not entitled to get any of the benefits of the legacy amendment. That is just wrong, plus the fact that, as some of you may remember, I got into a lot of trouble because I altered some of the provisions of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Commission. The language in this bill is exactly the words that they passed, and we should not alter it. Every once in a while, you know, you can have a really furious fight and then come to total agreement. And that's what's happened here, and we should honor the agreement. We should honor the agreement we should honor the fact that the members of the tribe are citizens of our state and deserve the same rights that other citizens of the state have. And we should also celebrate the fact that there is no disagreement between the Lessard-Sams Commission this time and the members of the legislature.
Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to offer a few words of clarification on a couple of these issues. Firstly, you need not go to Brainerd to enjoy the Great North. You can come up to Carleton County, St. Louis County, and enjoy our scenery as well. And when you're there, please visit the Fond du Lac Reservation. Take a look at their Division of Wildlife and Natural Resource Management. It's a terrific building. They have a terrific crew doing work in Carleton County that we've never seen in that county before. Now, they're upstream from two of the major industries in Carleton County, USG and Sappi Corporation, which over the years have actually destroyed that watershed. It's being repaired, it's coming back, and now West Duluth downstream is actually developing that watershed, and it's improved quite a little bit. One thing the Fond du Lac Band of Ojibwe has never done is damage that land. And this is a good measure, actually a terrific measure, to ensure that management of that watershed continues. And there again, I just invite you to come up and see that, and in regards to the amendment, it's totally unnecessary. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Erickson, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, Representative Khan, I need to correct you on something. It is true that the Fond du Lac tribe does pay various taxes. I mean, all the same taxes that we pay. But the agreement between the state and the tribes, if they have a casino, is that they get a rebate. They get part of their taxes returned to them. So in 2011, they received $35,454 in refund, and in 12, $30,164. And of course, I do not have the figures for 2013. But members, if we agree to this and don't support the Hackbarth Amendment, we are setting a precedent. And I happen to have a tribe in my district, and I know others of you do. So if we allow Fond du Lac now to receive money from Legacy to purchase land, we're going to have this ongoing application for other purchases. And this land comes off the tax rolls. Keep that in mind. This land comes off the tax rolls, because I face it all the time in Mille Lacs County. And pretty soon we won't have any tax rolls left. So please think carefully, and please support the Hackbarth Amendment.
Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year I was a brand new member of the legislature, and I got kind of involved in this issue. I learned about the Outdoor Heritage Council and what it was, and I learned that many members feel very strongly about its recommendations and treat them almost as sacrosanct. I carried a bill to fund some projects that were not recommended by the Outdoor Heritage Council, and those ended up being line item vetoed by the governor because he also feels that the recommendations of the council should be taken very seriously. So I only bring that up. I only want to say I'm surprised. I have no quibble with Representative Hackbarth. He signed on to that bill as well, which I appreciate. But for other members here who stated that we shouldn't vary from the recommendations of the Outdoor Heritage Council, this would be a variance of it. Like Representative Kahn said, I'm very happy, that everyone was able to come to agreement this year, and I hope we would defeat the amendment and vote and keep the recommendations intact. Thank you.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to the Hackbarth Amendment. Trying to kind of make sense here of what that amendment's trying to accomplish. We have a process, and we talk about the process around here quite a bit. And we went through the process with the Lessard Sams. We've heard that from the chair, from Representative Hansen. And we come out of that process and we're going to buy a piece of property with the sales tax agreement. And I think all you know that Native Americans in the state of Minnesota pay sales tax. Just let me say that one more time, because it certainly gets distorted. Nice to see you smiling over there. I'm glad you're listening up. Native Americans in the state of Minnesota pay sales tax. So should we deny that they have benefits of paying those sales tax? So I don't know why we wouldn't proceed with this project, as has been pointed out by Representative Sundin. And I would invite you all to go up to Fond du Lac and visit with their Natural Resource Management Department. It's one of the best in the state. They rival the state of Minnesota's Natural Resource Management to manage all of the ceded territory, what we call the arrowhead in the state of Minnesota, and they're doing a fantastic job of that. So I think it behooves us to put it into that kind of a management, and I look forward to visiting that property sometime this summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I just want to correct a few things that have been said about the Mississippi River Northwoods project, and based on this amendment as well. Nobody's visited that piece of land more than me, both with Representative McNamara and others that are, as we went out in the canoes. Representative Lilly, didn't you go on the canoe? And Representative McNamara, you were my paddling partner, I think, in the canoe. And, we spent a good deal of time up there. But I go there on my own and walk through that land. And it's an unbelievable, valuable asset for the citizens of the state of Minnesota. So I heard reference made to the Mississippi River Northwoods project as a mistake. The Mississippi River Northwoods project, members, was not a mistake. It was not a mistake. It was a great project that is going to preserve a wonderful parcel of land for the future generations of multi-use recreational owners, users for generations to come. For generations to come. It's a beautiful corridor and a trail connector for the Cuyuna area, and it will have valuable, valuable assets for all of us, and all the citizens of the state of Minnesota, not only in my district, but as all of us advocate and invite you to participate in come and see our own districts. That as you come and see the Brainerd area, and go to that project and see the beauty and the value of that project. So it was not a mistake, members. I want you to be clear on that. And yes, we had a little, Representative Kahn, we had a little difficulty last year with some of the agreements that we were working with the Outdoor Heritage Council, but this year the Outdoor Heritage Council has given its grace to the projects and all of them. And members, I would also urge, since the Outdoor Heritage Council has recommended this, that we vote no on the Hackbarth Amendment and go forward with the recommendations from the Outdoor Heritage Council. Thank you, members.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would withdraw the request for roll call.
Representative Hansen withdraws his request for roll call. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wonder if Representative Hackbarth will yield for a question.
He will. Representative Simonson.
Representative Hackbarth, with respect to your 829, can you just explain to me, so that it's very clear in my mind, Who owns this property now that we're talking about?
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simonson. It's in private ownership. Private ownership. I don't know the name of the people that own it, but it is private ownership.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and if you'll continue to yield.
He will. Representative Simonson.
So, Representative Hackbarth, if I understand your amendment correctly, you're proposing in the A29 that the state of Minnesota would maintain ownership of that property that's currently in private hands. Is that correct?
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Simonson, that's correct. It would just say that we'll take the $2.8 million that was set aside for this, and the state of Minnesota will purchase the land, and it would become a wildlife management area. It would be part of the state of Minnesota, and the Fond du Lac tribe would then manage the property.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hackbarth. And I'm going to speak probably to some surprise in support of the A29 amendment, possibly for different reasons. But I do want to preface my comments with this. I 100% agree that the Fond du Lac Band are good stewards of the land. And Representative Sundin, I don't think you and I have ever disagreed on a single thing ever. And I really enjoy being downstream from you, by the way. But tonight I'm going to, and it has to do not with the Fond du Lac Band folks, but with the leadership of the Fond du Lac Band. And I represent, I think as most of you know, the city of Duluth, the west half of the city of Duluth. And within the city of Duluth is the Fond du Lac Casino, which is owned and operated by the Fond du Lac Band, of which the city has had a contract with for a couple of decades, I think, if I remember correctly. Recently, within the last few years, that contract came into question, and the Fond du Lac Band decided that they were no longer going to pay the city of Duluth the money that was owed to them under the contract. Keep in mind, the casino pays no property tax, so this agreement between the Fond du Lac Band, originally that was done 2 decades ago, and the city of Duluth, was to provide a certain percentage, I think, of the slot revenue to the city in exchange for being able to have this casino within the city. That leadership of the Fond du Lac Band has cost my city hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees, millions of dollars in lost revenue, and has resulted in property taxes increasing to the city of Duluth residents, and we still don't know exactly where we're going to fill the void from the revenue that we've lost from the ban. This issue continues to play out in court. I'm extremely disappointed with the leadership of the Fond du Lac Band, and for that reason, I cannot, in good conscience, support entering into an agreement with the Fond du Lac Band over another piece of property. Thank you.
Representative Sundin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Simonson, and others. Just to be clear on that particular issue in Duluth, the mayor and your leadership in that city had an opportunity to negotiate a deal with the band that would have been far more acceptable to the taxpayers in Duluth. I know that for a fact. I think you know that for a fact as well. He missed that opportunity. That's unfortunate. And as regards to dealings with Native American bands, I think there's a band out in New York that are still a little upset over that deal in Manhattan where they took the beating.
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, we've had 2 unrelated issues tied up with this. The issue in Crow Wing has nothing to do with this. The casino has nothing to do with this. We make good public policy, which makes absolute sense. As I said, these are citizens of the state of Minnesota. They pay sales tax. They voted for the legacy amendment. They're voters. They voted for the legacy amendment. They deserve to be. We have used legacy funds to buy land all over the state. There's absolutely no reason to have an exclusion of buying land on Indian tribe land that would then be part of an Indian tribe. Strongly urge a no vote against the Hackbarth Amendment, and let's treat these citizens as we're treating every other citizen.
Representative Murphy.
Protect, enhance, restore. That's what the Constitution says. If you vote no on the Hackworth Amendment, you will be protecting, enhancing, and restoring the land in the 1854 treaty. It's the right thing to do.
Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's a little bit of some misconceptions going on. Folks, this is a good project, and I agree with that. And the Fond du Lac tribe does a good job of managing their land. I don't disagree with that. That is not the issue with this section of this bill. The issue is, and Representative Simonson touched on it a bit, we're going to purchase the land with legacy money, and then we're going to turn it over to the tribe, and it's going to become part of their reservation. Folks, we keep referring to the Constitution, and I have the Constitution right here. And part of the constitutional language for the outdoor heritage says, land acquired by fee with money deposited in the outdoor heritage fund must, under this section, must be open to the public for taking of fish and game during the open season unless otherwise provided by law. That's the problem with this section of the bill. This land has to be open to the public, to the general public, for hunting and fishing. Now, we were told in committee that there was going to be a contract. And they were going to enter into a contract to keep it open for public hunting and fishing. But we don't have anything in the bill about what that contract's going to say. And when they enter into a contract with a sovereign nation, they don't have to abide by that contract unless you have specific language in there that says that they're going to waive their sovereign immunity. That's what private sector companies do when they enter into contracts with sovereign nations. And I have an amendment to deal with that issue later after this amendment. But members, this protects, enhances the project. I mean, it buys the property, sets it aside. All the things that we talked about are still going to take place, except it's going to be a state wildlife management area, and unprecedented, we're going to ask the Fond du Lac tribe to manage the property. This is the reason I'm bringing the amendment, so that we can keep the property open to public hunting and fishing. Please vote yes.
Representative Kahn.
Just want to point out that the agreement with the Fond du Lac tribe for all of the land that they already own has kept it open for hunting and fishing to the public. This is just a little addition to that. Their history is fine, that it is open for hunting and fishing, and the agreement cannot go through if we are going to give the concept of state-owned land within the reservation. Vote no on the Hackbarth Amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Barth moving to amend his amendment as follows. The amendment is coded A30.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to make that same technical amendment again. Yep. On page 1, line 3, delete the words delete and.
The clerk will report the modification.
On line 1.3 of the Hackbarth Amendment should read page 1 after line 2 insert.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the amendment I was discussing earlier. This is kind of a boilerplate type of a language that tribes and private entities enter into when they do business. It's just requesting that they waive their sovereign immunity or sovereign nation status entering into this contract that we're talking about within the bill.
Discussion of the amendment. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I'd ask that you oppose the amendment but I do want to point out a couple things that I think are relevant to the discussion. The band has agreed to a limited waiver of sovereign immunity in this proposal. And furthermore, they have also agreed that any litigation, the jurisdiction will be Ramsey District Court. That's a big deal, folks. They have agreed that that would be in Ramsey District Court. When I did the walk through the bill, I referenced some land acquisitions that were with the federal government. We have made purchases to the federal government using outdoor heritage money with a reverter clause, that if a contract was broke, the land would revert back to the state. The same reverter clause is in this proposal, and I would ask that members oppose the amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. We are on the Hackbarth amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Representative Hackbarth withdraws his amendment. There's no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1926.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. Would Representative Hansen yield?
He will. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, first I want to get one thing out of the way. Is there anything at all in there about the open meeting law?
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Erdahl, no.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you. Otherwise, we had 6 hours planned for you. Mr. Speaker, Representative Hansen yield.
He will. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, just wondering, what is the split in this bill between Greater Minnesota and the metro area?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Erdahl. When you look at all the projects that are in there, 14% is in the metro urbanizing area. If you add the $4 million of the new Metro Small Grants Program, it brings us up around 19-20%. So of actual projects, it's 14 plus that new dedicated small grant program, which may be used in Greater Minnesota as well.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First a brief comment. I think a couple of years ago it was more like 10%, so it's changed a little bit. Will Representative Hansen yield?
He will. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, there are 5 Metro Park appropriations in this bill. Now, we do have a Parks and Trails Fund that I seem to remember spending some time on as well. And shouldn't these projects be funded out of that fund?
Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Erdahl, I think the best way to describe where the proper use of funds should go relating to parks is if there's an appropriation that goes for the use by people, for example, picnic tables or trees for shade or in parking lots, that's a parks. But if it's going for protecting, restoring, enhancing a prairie or a wetland or a forest or for wildlife, then it comes out of outdoor heritage. Money for people, parks. Money for the habitat, the prairie, the wetland, the forest, comes out of outdoor heritage, and the projects that are in there do that.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Hansen yield again?
He will. Representative Erdahl.
Just one more question. The total appropriation breakdown that you have, roughly $109 million, do you have, how does this compare with the breakdown from 2 years ago? Do you have that information?
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Representative Erdahl. I think I'll go through the actual 2010 on. Well, I have some new information that just appeared, but I think in 2010 it was $53.7 million. In 2011 it was $80.1 million. In 2012 it was $89.2 million. In 2013, it was $86.1 million. And then, and these are the ones where there's actual projects, not the small grant program. And then 99.1 of specific projects, and then you add the additional small grant programs.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, yield again.
He will. I thought that was the last one the last time. Didn't you say that? Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I appreciate that information. I just wish you'd clarify one more thing for me, and then I will be done. And that is, under total appropriations, the prairies, 37 million, forests, 16, wetlands, 24, habitat, 30, administration, 885,000. I'm rounding numbers off here, but those are numbers also I'm interested in comparison from 2 years ago.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Erdahl. So if we look at the recommendation this year for prairies, 37.4. In FY 2013, it was 24.6. And that's million. 2015, the forest was 16.1. In 2013, it was 15.3. In 2015, the wetlands, 24. In 2013, it was 31. Habitat in 2015 was 30.1. 2013 was 28. And admin was 885, and 2013 was 220.
Representative Erdahl.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any more questions for you. I do appreciate the work that you did on this bill. The fact you had a little bit more to work with in terms of funding is an important factor here. So just wanted to clarify some things. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Hansen, for outlining the bill and for sharing some of the numbers you have. Members, we have a bill in front of us again, a Lessard Outdoor Heritage Legacy Bill. Spends, I think it's $109 million. If you'll remember from the 2008 amendment, annually we collect from the taxpayers of Minnesota somewhere in the neighborhood of $270 or $280 million a year, of which this is a segment of the money. We are seeing again the continued trend that we seem to see each year with this bill, in that the bulk of the bill again goes to purchase more land, more private land from the localities in Minnesota and put it into the hands of state government. Now, members, the definition of socialism is when the government owns the land, when the government owns the property. And in the state of Minnesota, if you add up all the government-owned lands, it comprises nearly 25% of the land mass in the state of Minnesota, members, is in the hands of government and growing. And as we look at this particular bill, out of the $99 million of identified projects, 72% of the $99 million is to buy land outright or to purchase easements on that land. 72% in the areas that the Lessard Outdoor Heritage people consider to be the area that they call protect. And to protect, enhance, and restore, as you have heard, is what our Constitution says we're supposed to be doing with this $280 million, or at least this portion of the $280 million of dedicated funds. But again, nearly 3/4 of the dollars are dedicated directly to buying land in the form of in putting it in the hands of state government. Now, members, you'll remember in 2010, the Office of the Legislative Auditor, March of 2010, did a state audit on the land holdings of the state of Minnesota and the direction we're going with these types of land purchases. And one of the most compelling things they said is that the DNR does not have resources to adequately take care of the land that we had then. And members, we have been buying since 2010 in the neighborhood of 10,000 acres per year. Well, in this bill, we buy another 11,156 acres of state land with this money, taking it off the tax rolls of those local units of government and providing more tax liability, not only for those local property taxpayers, but more PILT payments from the general fund and other places. The average price per acre, members, $4,295 of the land purchased in this bill. $47,919,000 worth of land purchases. Easements average $2,665 per acre. Now, members, the DNR has sold some land, and I don't have the last 2 years, but I've got the 4 years prior to that. And they've averaged somewhere in the neighborhood of 400 acres or so a year that they actually sell. So we've been buying about 10,000 acres a year and selling about 400. And members, if we continue at this pace, at least according to my numbers, and I need to get these I's dotted and T's crossed, but over the 25-year period of the legacy amendment, at the pace we're on, we're going to buy 232,000 acres of land with this money, putting it into the hands of state government. Now, when we at this point already recognize the fact that we cannot properly take care of the land that we already own, why do we continue to buy more? Why do we continue to buy more when the legislative auditor tells us we can't afford to pay for the land we already have? 8 million acres of land in the state of Minnesota in the hands of government. And we continue to buy more. Now, members, this committee and their advice to this body and the Senate has the ability to use these dollars for other purposes than buying land. They can use it to enhance habitat and other things in the state, to restore habitat, to restore land and other natural resources. But we're going down a trail that is not sustainable for the people of Minnesota, and they can't afford to continue to pay for this endeavor in this direction we are going. So, members, I would encourage a no vote on this bill. I've given this same speech each year this bill comes up, and we continue to get the same results. I don't know what the numbers were last year as a percentage. It was probably 75% of the bill then, but it's 72% of the money is going towards land purchases and easements. Members, I'd encourage a no vote on the bill. Let's send the bill back so that we can bring forward a bill that is sustainable for the people of the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to take a little different direction here. You won't hear the same speech that I did last year. Maybe you'll enjoy it a little more. I want to qualify my comments by saying that I enjoy the outdoors too. I hunt on public lands. I do lots of things. I had a conversation with Representative Lilly earlier. He wants to come up to my part of the state and wants to ride his bicycle. I said, well, we don't have many bicycle trails, but I can put you on Highway 75 in St. Vincent, Minnesota, and you can ride all the way down to Moorhead, and you won't have one hill to go up or down. So hopefully you have a north wind and and you'll have a nice trip. But when you do live in northern Minnesota like I do, and Representative Dill and Representative Green, even Representative Huntley and Murphy and Simonson and Sundin from the Duluth area, you know that there's a tremendous, I'm sorry, Representative Persell, okay, I got him covered, I think. I'm trying to cover my tracks here a little bit. Thank you, members. But this is an issue that many of you don't understand. Representative Drazkowski talked about the number of acres and so forth. But what's happening where we live, many of our counties have 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80% of the land is in public hands. And that has a significant impact, obviously, on our local tax base. And it affects our schools, our townships, our counties. It even affects our ditch authorities. Some of you heard me on that last year. And it takes away from their tax base. I do want to touch a little bit on, it also affects our garbage. For those of you that are interested in that, on my little recreational piece of land, I get a garbage assessment on there. But I do want to touch on the Legislative Auditor's report that was published in March 5th of 2010, and Representative Drazkowski made reference to it earlier. And just the first couple of sentences in the summary, it says, our evaluation found that while its long-range plans propose significant future land acquisitions, the Department of Natural Resources appears to lack adequate resources to manage and maintain its current land holdings. And now we're adding on to that. I've had some conversations with Representative Kahn, and what we're doing here, I believe, is not sustainable. We're placing more and more and more strain on our general fund. We're using legacy dollars to buy these parcels or to get the easements. We're taking them off the local tax rolls, and now we're going to make some trails on them or something like that. And then we're going to try to maintain these properties and pay the local taxes, and we're putting a strain on, Mr. Speaker, our general fund budget. And we need to have a serious discussion at some point in the future as to how we are going to do this. You know, it's become serious in my part of the state to the degree that all four of the counties that I represent, Roseau, Kitson, Marshall, and Pennington, their county commissioners have a policy for no net gain of state-owned lands. And they've been negotiating with our local DNR officials and the state officials down here to try to get to a no net gain because of the effect that it has on the local property taxes. So, members, we really do need to face this. Representative Kahn, would you yield for a question, please?
She will yield. Representative Fabian.
Representative Kahn, I know that this body has tremendous respect for you and your thoughts and so forth. Do you think that it's an appropriate discussion to have at some point in the future to deal with this situation that I feel is not sustainable?
Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and representatives, Representative Fabian and I have had a long discussion about this, and you know if you're going to have coming forward next year a Kahn-Fabian proposal, you know it's got to be good. Anyway, one of the things that I've suggested is that when you're looking at the issue of supplanting rather than supplementing, I'm saying that anything you do to land that's been purchased with legacy funds is actually in the case of supplementing. We shouldn't have to worry about making payments to local governments using legacy funds as long as what it's doing is based on a legacy purchase. And assuming that we both get back here, Representative Fabian and I intend to work on this as we look at the legacy bill in the next session.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Kahn, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, I'm just going to close, members, by saying that, you know, we're not opposed to public lands, but we do need to put the brakes on some of this stuff. And we need to have some serious discussions as we move forward to make sure that we do cover the expenses that are going to be incurred in the long range when it comes to maintaining and doing the things that we need to do on these public lands. Thank you.
Representative Faust.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, Representative Drazkowski, I know you're losing a lot of sleep over this issue, and I do see your point on this, but I did some quick math just to let you know that it'll be 5,796 years before we have all the land bought, so hopefully that'll help you sleep better at night.
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Fabian and Representative Drazkowski, I appreciate your concern. And members, I do think we have some real challenges in the amount of land that we own in Minnesota. Clearly in northern Minnesota, we should be selling more of the state land that we have. And hopefully we begin to reverse that. I agree with you, Representative Drazkowski, we're not going fast enough. But members, I think that's why it's important that we recognize there's opportunities to sell some land in northern Minnesota that would be better to maybe be developed along the lake shore. And some of that land it would compensate the school trust, which it should do. Some of it's tax forfeited land, and it should be put back on the tax rolls. Unfortunately, years ago, for whatever reason, the taxes weren't paid, and it needs to get back. And I think the biggest reason we need to do that is because we want to buy more land in southern Minnesota. And that's where I'd like to get Representative Hansen. I really like your bill. That maybe some folks are a little surprised at that. I had a long discussion about one project. It's just got a minor difference. I love the project. And Representative Kahn, I want to thank you so much for your work for those of us that live in the suburbs and showing it a priority that the urban, suburban area needs to do better in how the money is distributed in this bill. You don't need to go very far. Right on page 2, there's over $4 million in my own and Representative Hansen's county in Dakota County for the Vermilion River Wildlife Management Area. A terrific acquisition. And Representative Kahn, I think truthfully it was your push, and I know you and the governor weren't quite lockstep, but I think we're all moving towards lockstep. A little bit of a bump there on Fond du Lac, but we're through that and we're moving forward. Members, there's some other projects I'd just like to touch on. I know Representative Hansen has touched on them, but I want to reiterate some of them. The other one is on page 6, the Minnesota Buffers for Wildlife and Water. Really, really important project. For those of you that don't like land acquisition, you're going to love this. This is an easement project, protecting land. And you know what? We're going to protect the land along the water, maybe grow a few more trout, maybe a few more pheasants, a few meadowlarks, all kinds of stuff like that. The forest fragmentation, the Fond du Lac project we talked about, a great project. It's going to move forward. And what's really cool on page 12 is the over $9 million, almost $10 million for RIM. Again, an easement proposal, not a land acquisition. So the majority of this money is for easements, protection. And members, I want to just mention, I think Representative Hansen's going to do it more at length. This is, I believe, Representative, the sixth year. Thank you. And what's really amazing, members, is for 6 years, Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage Council Executive Director has been Bill Becker. Bill is going to be retiring after this bill. And Mr. Becker, I will tell you that I believe this is the best bill. And every one of them have been good. But this bill is tremendous. This bill is exactly why those of us in 2008 voted yes to protect, restore, and enhance. And this is really, really cool. And I hope we get lots of good votes, and they all are green. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote yes.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I could have the Chamber's attention just for a moment before we vote. And I want to thank Representative McNamara, and I'd like Bill Becker to stand up. Bill has dedicated his career to helping the people and the resources of Minnesota. And I was on the hiring committee that hired Bill for the first and the only so far executive director for the Outdoor Heritage Council. And whether you vote for this bill or vote against this bill, we got to support this bill. because he's the person who has made this work, and I'd like to give him a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Becker. Members, this is a good bill. I ask for your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 95 ayes and 36 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Oh, the bill is passed and its title agreed to.
Persell moves that House File 1874 be taken from the table.
Representative Persell moves that House File 1874 be taken from the table. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. Motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 1874, an act relating to natural resources, the second engrossment.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House File 1874 is the LCCMR bill for 2014, and this bill, similar to the previous bill presented by Representative Hansen on Lessard Sands, this bill was unanimously moved out of the LCCMR committee, and I'll highlight a few of the I'm going to go through subdivisions here. There are 71 projects in this bill, and we started out long time ago, months ago, with 191 projects brought before the committee. That was pared down to 92 or so, and we ended up with 71 in the bill. Subdivision 3 of the bill is a water resource project. There's 13 appropriations, about $4.5 million. Subdivision 4 of the bill, aquatic and terrestrial invasive species, 6 appropriations, about $2.3 million. Subdivision 5 of the bill is foundational natural resources, data and information, 14 appropriations, is about $4.2 million. Subdivision 6 of the bill is methods to protect, restore, and enhance land, water, and habitat, 11 appropriations, about $3.7 million. Subdivision 7 of the bill, land acquisition for habitat recreation, 6 appropriations, about $6.9 million. Subdivision 8, air quality, climate change, renewable energy, 9 appropriations, about $3.4 million. Subdivision 9, environmental education, 9 appropriations, about $3.7 million. And then there is, in Subdivision 10, is some administration contract agreement reimbursement. There's 3 appropriations in that subdivision. And the total for this year's LCCMR bill is $28,970,000. And on there's a handout, members. I think everybody probably has that now. I hope you do. Nice color pie chart on the back of that handout that shows approximately how the funds, the $28.9 million were distributed. And I guess with that introduction, I would stand for questions. I think we have a couple of amendments too, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Dill moving to amend House File 1874, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 963.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Purely a technical amendment. There was a drafting mistake. 18 was inserted, put in the bill, and 11 was supposed to be in there. And then the exact location has now been determined, and it's east of the Sudan. This is relative to the Masaba Trail, east of the Sudan State Park. Purely technical.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment is a good amendment. I appreciate a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 1874, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A7.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A7 amendment is also a technical amendment. It revises a project in Morton, Minnesota that has been had some slight adjustments to it as a result of some changes, and I urge a green vote on this technical amendment.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge support as well for the A7 amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Torkelson moving to amend House File 1874, the second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A8.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to withdraw the A8 amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Yep. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File 1874 as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion of the bill. Representative Persell. I'll have Representative Gruenhagen go first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Persell, I know you put a lot of good work into this bill, and I appreciate that. But the part about the Will Steiger Foundation and climate change is a bone of contention for me. I'm not a big believer in global warming or climate change. You know, during the off session, I watched a documentary on an inconsistent truth, okay? And I would recommend that members view that one. They've interviewed some of the top meteorologists and scientists in our country, and of course they've debunked the theory of climate change or global warming. The other thing is, during the off session, I read a book by a scientist and an engineer on climate change, and one of the things he brought out that was so interesting is that when we have these intermittent production of electricity, like with with solar and windmills, it actually causes the electrical generating, like coal and natural gas, to cut back or shut off. And when they have to kick back on, they actually create more air pollution than if they would have run consistently. So the fact is, because solar and windmills are inconsistent, and they create a stoppage or a major cutback in the coal and natural gas plants, by restarting those plants when wind and solar stops, you actually create more air pollution. Also, members, I would point you to the economic disasters that have occurred in Spain and Germany that has been well documented by the Forbes magazine with their solar and wind power. We have over 160,000 windmills in the world, and they generate less than 1% of the world's electricity. Also, there's been plenty of scientific evidence to debunk the fact of the IPCC, which is the United Nations Global Warming Committee that pushes out so much of this fraudulent data and simply drives up our energy cost. In conclusion, members, I encourage you to keep breathing. The planet is green because of CO2. It's not going to overheat, and we're not going to have any type of disaster. And finally, I'll leave you with the words of Mark Twain. He said, "It's not what you don't know that will hurt you. It's what you believe to be absolutely true that just ain't so." And global warming just ain't so. It's the United Nations fraud and scam. Vote no, members. Thank you.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Persell stand for a question?
He will. Representative Newberger.
Representative Persell, I too would like to address the portion of the bill here where we are giving $325,000, looks like each year, to the Will Steger Foundation. My question to you, Representative Persell, have you ever been to one of the Will Steger public presentations?
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Newberger, no, I have not.
Thank you.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Representative Persell, I live in a district where they openly and very vibrantly promoted one of these events, what they hold around the state, and drove by the church where they held it for a couple of weeks, and big signs, big promotion. It says, "Will Steger, Arctic Adventure, come see this guy." Now, I have a lot of respect for Will Steger and what he's done. It takes a certain character, a certain strength to go up to the regions of the world that he goes to and to endure what he does. They had a really good turnout. This was last June. Shortly before they had the event, I got some emails from some folks saying, "Hey, Jim, you should check this out because it's not an Arctic exploration type of presentation, but this is it looks like it's going to be a global warming propaganda type of event." So I went. Representative Dorholt was there, and so was Senator Brown. So we had some elected folks were there. When we got there, the place had a real good turnout. There was a very outstanding presentation on the Arctic. They had media, they had all kinds of people. And then after about 45 minutes, the lights came on, and they did the classic bait and switch, where they went from a National Geographic type of event to, hey, here's the problem. We've got all these melting polar ice caps. The planet's warming up, and oh yeah, by the way, right down the road, the Sherco power plant is causing this problem. It was the start of the Sierra Club and Beyond Coal organization's war on coal. It was a real big bait and switch. This ignited a fire in our district, and it's one that's still burning today as far as amongst the people. So my question to you, Representative Persell, is that we're funding an organization to go out to present one side of this story, one side of this argument. Now I'm standing in the gap right now for hundreds of good union jobs. Good, hard-working, feed-your-family jobs. I'm standing there and I'm trying to keep these people employed. I'm not getting a lot of help from the other side. Now, I understand the concerns. I understand the motivations. I understand your passion on this issue. We need to have a free marketplace of ideas, but when the state goes out and we do this classic bait and switch where we take someone with a celebrity status and we fund them and we let them go around the state to promote an agenda that not everyone agrees with. Now, when we were at this presentation, there was well, they call themselves a nonpartisan organization, was there to field questions, if anyone had any. And I did. We had to submit them in writing. So my one and only question was, which I submitted to this organization, was, will you allow the elected representatives, which of us, there was 2 of us, and the elected senator from this district to speak to this issue? Because they were addressing all kinds of questions. I wrote my question out. I was very deliberate. You could read it very plainly. I put it on the card. I gave it to the young person. They walked up, handed it up at the desk. The folks at the desk, they read this question and they promptly threw it in the trash. They never gave us, from both sides of this issue, from both parties, they never gave us a chance to address what was clearly a bait and switch type of presentation. Now, Mayor Bloomberg from New York is very active in this cause, and I'm not going to go after his motivations or his passion, but suffice to say is he gave $50 million to the Beyond Coal Sierra Club organization to go out, and their one and only goal is to shut down coal power plants. If you do the really fast math, Minnesota was allocated about $1 million. 50 states, $50 million. You go on their website, that's what they're all about. They want to shut down coal plants, and they want to eliminate these jobs. So $1 million has already been allocated by one foundation to another to the Beyond Coal people to shut these things down. And now here we have state tax dollars that are being given to a foundation that is clearly promoting one side of this issue. Now, I wouldn't have so much of a problem here, and I wouldn't be speaking to this if there was money allocated to the other side of the issue, but there isn't. So at this point in time, Representative Persell, I cannot support us giving our hard-earned tax dollars to promote one side of an issue that, quite frankly, there are a whole lot of people don't line up with, especially when this money is to further the propaganda war against good, hard-working Minnesotans who are tax-paying, and they also happen to be union members. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to call your attention to one project in the bill. It's on page 22, beginning at line 9. The West Central Research and Outreach Center in Morris has a couple of pretty good-sized wind towers on there in the area there with the university. And they've begun a project. It's the only kind of this project in the world, as I understand, where they're taking the electricity produced by the wind towers, and they have some complicated-looking apparatus in a building where they are taking the nitrogen out of air using the electricity produced by the wind turbine, and the end process is that they're producing ammonia and anhydrous ammonia fertilizer, which is a tremendously interesting project because anhydrous is one of the key fertilizers used in the production of corn. A lot of it comes from overseas, a lot of shipping costs, high expenses with this anhydrous nitrogen fertilizer. And they're working on the project using the wind in the air to produce fertilizer. And it's not on a commercial scale yet. It's being worked on as we speak, but the potential is exciting for rural Minnesota. So this is just one example of what's being done at Morris with the project, and it's exciting and a good use of money from these funds. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. As the Republican member of the committee, I would just like to thank the other members of the committee, including citizen members. I'd like to thank the staff who all work very hard on these projects. I'd also like to thank the folks that apply for these projects but do not get accepted. It's a lot of work to fill out an application, come before our committee and make your presentation. They don't all make it. Even some very deserving projects don't make it into the final list, and I would like to recognize those folks too. These dollars are generated by scratch-off lottery tickets. We're only spending the interest on the principal, so these efforts will continue for a long time to come. There's a lot of good projects in here, and there's a few clinkers, and that's just the way it is when you have a variety of interests at the table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a green vote.
Representative Persell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for your comments. I know particularly the climate change issue is not one that's widely grasped by some. And I'm a science guy. I believe in science. I believe so much I brought my journal along tonight. Environmental toxicology and chemistry. Not the other side doesn't get presented on this sometimes because it's tough to find the science to support it. Let me say it. It's there emotionally. You and I, coal, I'm there. Fossil fuels, we're going to be using that stuff for a long time. That's what I tell people. But we're going to be driving electric cars about 20 years, most of us, or hybrids. And we are transitioning. I see Representative Gruenhagen came back, and you and I, like Mark Twain, let's put that together. Mark Twain said as well, when I was a boy of 14, I couldn't believe how ignorant my dad was. By the time I was 21, I couldn't believe how much he'd learned. So I just want to thank everybody for your comments and for your support for this bill. There's a lot of good stuff in here, and we're going to move Minnesota forward. So thank you very much. Green vote.
See no further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 100 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Barrett moves that Senate File 2060 be taken from the table.
Representative Barrett moves that that House file be taken from the table.
Senate File. What is Senate File? Senate File 2060.
Senate File 2060 be taken to the table. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File 2060. The second engrossment, an act relating to food safety.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. If I would have had an extra minute, I would have found my own Mark Twain quote, but I think I'll pass for now. There's too many here I need to decide from. The bill in front of me, though, is related to farmers markets, and it's a good bill related that a lot of people over a lot of months have worked on, including Representative Lane, Minnesota Farmers Union, Minnesota Department of Health, Minnesota Department of Agriculture, and the Minnesota Farmers Market Association. It also includes chili cook-offs, which was amended in the Senate, and I think Representative Lane and Radinovich have amendments tonight to kind of correct, clean up. But a lot of people have been working to define farmers markets in Minnesota. Farmers markets have been around for a long time. They're a great community asset. They're a great way for people in the community to get together, to sell their food, their product from the farm. And in Chisago County, we like folks coming in on the weekend to stop by and just say hi to us and go to the farmer's market and be with their friends and neighbors. 3 things it does. It creates a definition for farmer's market. As long as farmer's markets have been in our state, they have not had a definition in statute. It provides for food sampling and food demonstrations. Section 3 of the bill, I think we have an amendment related to that by Representative Lane or Rudinovich, so I will sit down, stand for questions, or we can get to the amendments.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lane moving to amend Senate File 2060. The second engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 1096.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, 2 years ago, a constituent of mine and a constituent of Representative Barrett's contacted us about problems they had participating in farmers markets. So Representative Barrett and I initiated a meeting with the Department of Health, and that became a meeting of all the stakeholders, as Representative Barrett just mentioned, the Department of Health, Department of Agriculture, the Minnesota Farmers Market Association, the City of Minneapolis participated, and the Farmers Union. These folks have met regularly for over 2 years, or nearly 2 years, to establish some baseline regulations for all the farmers markets across the state, regulations that work both for the public health and safety and the needs of the small businesses that participate in the farmers markets. These meetings have been a remarkable example of how the collaborative process can bring forth an agreement that is a win-win for all. I emphasize this, members, because I believe we can often do far better policy work when we work together collaboratively, and in spite of the time that this takes, than in the legislative process that often has too much to do with power plays. So then this carefully worked out agreement for farmers markets went to the Senate floor and had an amendment added that had nothing to do with farmers markets, but provided an exemption from the public health regulations for one locality to do a community chili cook-off. Because of the serious concerns that the Department of Health had about this, I drafted an amendment to take out the Senate amendment here, and that's the amendment before us. However, over the weekend, then the Department of Health was able to come up with more acceptable wording for this exemption.
I got it.
So, Mr. Speaker, there's an amendment to this amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Rudinovich moves to amend the Lane amendment to Senate File 2060 as follows. The amendment is coded 1102.
Representative Rudinovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lane. Thank you, Representative Barrett. What the amendment to the amendment does is inserts the Department of Health's language to the previous language that related to chili cook-offs. And so the way this all started was that about a year ago, the Cross Lake Chamber of Commerce, which is in my district, it's an affiliate of the Brainerd Chamber of Commerce, which is in Representative Ward's district, had a chili cook-off that was a great community event. They were they had chili in all the stores, and people would walk around, and there was a People's Choice Award, and just sort of one of those great small-town local festivals that we all love to participate in, especially as elected officials. So they had some problems. They were shut down by the Department of Health. The Department of Health wanted the chili prepared on site, which for a lot of these stores was not very feasible. Representative Ward, Senator Rood, and myself, we met with the stakeholders in Cross Lake, as well as a couple of representatives of the Department of Health, and tried to kind of figure out a way forward. We introduced a bill late in the policy cycle last year. We were unable to get a hearing for that bill, and for all the good work I thought I did last year, I got more attention for the chili bill than just about everything else, with maybe one exception. But so anyway. So this last year we had hoped to get a hearing. We were unable to get a hearing. Senator Rood in the House, or in the Senate while this was being debated, did good work in representing her constituents by getting this moved forward. We're happy to see that it's gotten to this point, and as a result, things have moved forward. The Department of Health came forward in a hurry, was very cooperative, and came up with language that was more suitable to them. I have a great personal investment just beyond the community events here. I've been asked since I've been author of the chili bill to participate in chili eating contests as a judge, and I didn't, of course, have the heart to tell my constituents that I actually just really don't like chili. And so Representative Ward, Representative Anderson, and Senator Rood, we ate chili last October until our guts just about bust, but I hope that having completed this here tonight, that my obligation to be a judge at chili cook-offs will be done. This passed 48 votes in the Senate, and I sure hope that I'll have your support for this amendment tonight.
Representative Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Rudinovich and Representative Barrett. And my gut's not exploded yet, Representative Radinovich, but it's getting there. So, members, this is Representative Radinovich has worked very hard on this bill. As Representative Anderson knows, Senator Rood knows, this is about your local community events. This is about your little community events that bring in economic growth into your area, that people come to your area for these community events every summer to taste that food that is special at your events. So, members, I need to tell you that while all of us want to make sure that all of our food is well prepared and taken care of and everything, the Minnesota Department of Health sometimes, just like other agencies, they can be a little bit of a thorn in our side at times. And in my district, in the Brainerd district, the BMX track concession stand was shut down for a while. Our Little League concession was shut down for a while. Our chili United Way chili cook-off, which I think Representative Radinovich, Representative Anderson, maybe Representative Crenshaw, Senator Rood, we've all been at. It's a huge event. That was shut down. And even, members, our soup kitchen that absolutely does a remarkable job of feeding our homeless folks. And actually, I gotta say this: the shutdown of the soup kitchen turned out to be a blessing, because the kitchen and the soup kitchen was a problematic, and we did a fundraiser and now have a wonderful commercial kitchen in there. So yeah, there are reasons why that things get shut down, but this bill, this amendment is a good amendment to make sure that we have the ability to have those little summer events with those special little cook-offs. And Representative Radinovich has done a great job trying to put this together. So please, I urge your support and a green vote on this amendment.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that Representative Radinovich did talk to me about this issue I think a week or so into session, and as everybody knows, we had an extraordinarily short session, extraordinarily short deadlines for our policy committees, and it seemed that we weren't going to be able to work this issue through in time. So I'm glad to see that the Department of Health did kind of come to the table, so to speak, and work on this. And just looking at the amendment, I mean, if the Department of Health is saying that this is okay, I think that's good. We've gotten to a little bit of kumbaya on this. I'm glad to know that. When members look at the language that's not being changed in this area of law, I think we see that there isn't a lot of consistency in this area, and sometimes it seems like I know the Department of Health is trying to protect people's health. They're worried about, food being contaminated, and we know that sometimes we can have some pretty serious health effects from certain kinds of events where food can sit out. I know they had a concern about chili. At one time I heard, chili's a particularly difficult food to cool or something like that. So I'm okay with the amendment, even though it actually did not get heard in the policy committee, but I'm okay with it for now. But I think that I hope members, some members in the policy committee will want to take a look at this whole area of law with me in the future, because I think it needs to be straightened out so that when you've got an event, that the rules are clear and that they're really about health, not just about, somebody doesn't want you to do something. And, it shouldn't be about who's doing it. It shouldn't be about where you are in the state. It should really be about common sense rules that are really just what's necessary to keep people safe. So I think that this is good for now. I encourage people to vote yes, but I hope we can really give this a better look in a future year so that we're not constantly doing this piecemeal.
Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Radinovich, thank you for bringing this forward and carrying it through. I appreciate it, and I'd like to cordially invite you to my district this year to eat at chili with me at any of the contests. Members, this sounds like green chili to me. Vote yes.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, and just real quickly, I know some don't even want me to speak on this tonight, but members, you're talking about food and community events. This is very important to me. And I do thank Representative Radinovich. Fish fries, ice cream social, smelt fries, church dinners. Friday in Watkins we have a fish fry. Make sure you get to that. These are very important events. This is a very important thing to do. But here's one bit of advice I want to give you very quickly. Representative Radinovich, do not get into judging any contest. You will learn they're all the best. And all will be, at least in my case, until I leave office. Thank you.
Representative Holberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As far as the judging, I'd add to that point as I leave here. Never volunteer to judge the kiddie parade either. So I learned that one the hard way. Seriously, though, I wish this went farther. Our family has a cabin in Pine City, and for decades, every Friday night in the summer, they have Art in the Park, and various community organizations would prepare a meal. People would come to the town park, pay $5-6 for a meal, and the organizations would raise money, and the people in these organizations would bring their unique recipes. Well, a couple of years ago, the Department of Health showed up, made everything be cooked in a kitchen. They couldn't use their homemade recipes. They had to buy prepared things. It really put a big damper on it. And to add insult to injury, every Friday night there's somebody with the health department that shows up after hours in a state vehicle with a thermometer and a hair thing and plastic gloves and runs around and gets in her way of the people that are trying to serve the food, and it's really all quite silly. So I think you should extend it beyond soup and chili and let the good organizations in these towns do what they've been doing for decades. Nobody was ever aware of anybody getting sick. However, as I read your bill, I'm wondering about the purpose of the name and address being posted publicly, what the purpose of that is, and I would shudder to think the results, if you had a 2 to 3 hour event, say it started at 6 and the results weren't going to be announced till 9, you could have somebody come into an event, literally write down the names and addresses of all of these people that were at the event and could probably have quite the time in their homes, knowing that the event was going to go on for a couple hours. If it is that you want to be able to track back a particular food item to an individual, maybe a more reasonable way to do it, put their name on it and have them file their address with the organizer of the event, but to not display that publicly at the event.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would just support the amendment and the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Motion prevails. Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Lane.
I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that with these changes, we can support the amendment. However, I do want to say, as Representative Ward was talking, he was talking about his gut. This does affect all our guts, so we need to be careful that we don't end up with a situation where we violate the basic public policy regarding public health and safety regarding our food and get into serious trouble. And that's what we give the responsibility to the Department of Health to take care of. And if we want to adjust how they're taking care of it, then we need to do through the proper committee work, not in this kind of stopgap way on the floor. So for now, this is a stopgap measure, and we can support it, but let's do good policy work.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2060 as amended.
Third reading. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I appreciate all the discussion on the bill and the amendment to the bill. The amendment came on at the last minute, probably a week or so ago, and I think a lot of people worked in a very short time period, including Department of Health, I might add, who really thought out of the box and helped us get that amendment in. So I want to thank them specifically. But I would just recommend a green vote. It's good. Farmers markets are great for all of our areas. There's over 100 in our state, probably every county in the state. They're a good community resource to us, and I'd encourage a yes vote on the bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Zellers moves that the rules of the House be so far suspended that House File 2281 be recalled from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, be given its second and third readings, and be placed upon its final passage.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for indulging us tonight. The bill that we're talking about is Representative Winkler's 2281. I'm a co-author as well on that. And members, in watching and listening to some of the media reports lately, I don't know anyone. I couldn't tell you where my card is. This is the privilege from arrest card. I don't know where my card is. I don't know anyone in 12 years of being down here that's ever used this, ever attempted to use it. And after reading a story about my good friend Representative Holberg, who is celebrating almost 30 years of sobriety, in some way being implicated that she wants to somehow drive drunk or have the privilege to drive drunk because she's a legislator, I'd had enough. I don't know any of you in here, Democrat or Republican, that would try to do this. I don't know any of you who have tried to do this. So rather than let the public think that this is something that we all want or that we're in favor of, again, I signed on Representative Winkler's bill because I think it's good to get this just done, let the public know that it's not something that we are either abusing or want to use, and be done with it. I would appreciate your support. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a 90-vote majority in order to bring this up and give it second and third reading. I would ask, again, Representative Winkler for his support as well, but I think this is something we should address, get done with, and move on to the other business of the state.
Any discussion? Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that most of us have read about in the newspaper. It seems to be something the media has really picked up this year. But I have to just say I'm really disappointed that we are calling this an urgency. I was looking in suspending the rules to advance a bill, and it says it should be a case of urgency. And I heard what you said. I think probably some of us have seen articles in the paper making assertions. We know they're not true. And I don't think we need to act on rumor. I think we can comport ourselves as professionals in this body by allowing the bill to go through its normal path. One of the things that we as a body decided some time ago was that we were going to allow pre-filing of amendments. While apparently somebody knew in advance that this was coming forward, they had time to prepare an amendment. I have not had the opportunity ever in committee yet to even hear this bill. So my preference is to allow this to follow its normal path, to allow me time to look at the bill, to find out if the rumors that I'm hearing in the paper are true. And my paper, and I shared this article with Representative Winkler, had, I'm pretty sure, a pretty large misinformation piece for the constituents in my community. But because I haven't been able to hear this in committee, I'd like to spend some time to see it, and to read it, to caucus it, to talk with colleagues about it. I don't think we need to be doing this on the floor tonight, and I'm not prepared to have an amendment. I think it's great that some people knew about this in advance and prepared an amendment. I'm not prepared to do that yet. I need to understand it further, and I think we just don't need to misuse the Rule 5.02, suspension of the rules, for an urgency that isn't there. So members, just on the fact that we need to set a good example for these students who have been pushing this bill, that you know, we do proper procedure here in the body, that there are rules that we follow, and a real urgency like a flood or a tornado, someone needing something, then we use a rule like this. But we don't use it willy-nilly. Members, I would ask that we not declare an urgency and that we take this bill through its regular path and allow the time for members to prepare.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I don't necessarily agree with Representative Zellers that this bill is an urgency to pass tonight, I am the author of the bill, and usually you don't say no when somebody wants to advance your bill. For those of you concerned about the procedure, we are already in a position on this bill where it's in the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee has to suspend the application of the committee deadlines to this bill in order to move it forward anyway. And so, members, as a result, I would support the Zeller's motion. I do have an amendment when this suspension goes through that I think will provide some clarity around this issue. There's been a lot of confusion. I don't know that that is necessary tonight, Representative Zellers, but we're already kind of treading on procedural waters that aren't standard practice anyway. So I think we're fine doing it, and we can move forward.
Representative Liebling.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
So, Mr. Speaker, what is the procedure for, since we have a pre-file rule for amendments, what is the rule with regard to the amendment that is being offered to this bill that was not listed for a pre-filing rule to take effect?
We are suspending the rules by this vote.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you. So I'm understanding. So if we suspend the rules, then none of the rules apply, and anybody can go out to the reviser and start drafting other amendments too, I assume then. All right, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Zellers would yield.
Representative Zellers will yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Zellers, I didn't quite understand when you introduced this just what the urgency is here. And so I'm going to ask you to yield to explain what the urgency is to skip the process. But before I do that, I'd like to call your attention to this document that Representative Winkler has distributed on the House floor, which is a memo that was put together by Mr. Diebel from our House Research Department. And I don't know if you've had a chance to read this memo, but I have. And it appears to say that the immunity clause that the bill relates to really doesn't mean what it appears to mean, and that we really don't have any immunity anyway. And that breach of the peace essentially means all crimes. So given that essentially what this memo is telling us is that we already don't really have any immunity from being arrested for any crime, what's the urgency then to bring this bill up tonight, amend it, and pass it before members have a chance to really hear about it in the regular process?
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling. And I did have a chance to read the memo real quick. The point being, that's not what the public thinks. That's not the perception from the public that this is true. The Senate has the same memo. They think that there's absolutely no reason for it. The amendment that Representative Winkler and I have both signed on to, I think, will bring clarity to that. And with all due respect to Representative Barrett's fine bill, we just talked about chili for 20 minutes. I think if we're going to be out amongst the public and we're going to be on break for a matter of days like this, I do think it's important. And again, if you don't support the amendment or if you don't support the bill, I preference do. Representative Creasel brought this to me a couple years ago. We got it through the House and Senate, but it stalled out. I think we've been fully informed on this for years. I think it's time that we pass it. I don't see necessarily the agreement with the council on this. So rather than have the confusion or in some cases perception that there is wrongdoing there, I think we should clear it up for the public.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Representative Zellers. And it's an interesting argument that we should declare an urgency, suspend the Constitution, suspend our procedure, and I'm sorry, not the Constitution, but suspend our rules and take up a bill because the public might be confused about what the law is. I mean, that is an argument that I think could get us into a whole lot of trouble. And I have to say that I do support Representative Winkler's bill. I've already voted for it in committee. In fact, I put on some amendments. And I think that the opportunity that I had to offer amendments to the bill, you know, I think I made it better. But as was noted by Representative Norton, all the members haven't had that opportunity and haven't had the opportunity that they would normally have to think about it, file an amendment if they choose to, and have that amendment debated. So, members, I urge you to vote no on the urgency, even if you like the bill, which I do. I think it's fine that we should pass such a bill. I think clarifying it is fine. But I think that if we're going to use this argument that, oh, this is something that the public is confused about, I mean, it's our responsibility to go out and explain it. And for goodness sakes, we've got a few weeks left in session. The public is not going to be so confused over the next few weeks before the bill can be taken up that some harm is going to come. I think this can easily be considered in the normal course. Members can look at the bill. They can have an opportunity to offer an amendment if they so choose, and we should do this in the normal course, and I would look forward to voting for it on the House floor. But I think bringing up the bill tonight, having an amendment that might have some implications that nobody's had a chance to vet, I think that that's really a mistake. So I urge members to vote no on the suspension of the rules.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Like Representative Holberg, I've also was named in that newspaper article last weekend, and because I did vote against it in committee. Representative Hansen gave a very eloquent reasoning for why he was going to vote against it, and I agreed with his argument, and I voted with him in committee against the bill. Number one, I don't think it's necessary. Number two, it's one of the worst, the way this is being forward, and the people that have voted against it, the nasty emails that I've been getting from people on this, even if I was thinking about maybe changing my vote, I'm not going to now. Because the nasty tactics that have been taken, the nasty emails I've been getting, the insulting emails I've been getting on this issue, because I chose in committee, I didn't agree with their testimony. The way they said in committee, it's, we heard that somebody saw that they heard somebody did this. Well, that's not what we use for evidence in a court of law. It's all innuendo, it's all hearsay evidence, and we don't change our laws because of that. Or change, this is a constitution, we don't change because of that. It's one of the worst types of legislation that we could do. It's something that's always bothered me long before I became a legislator, of us passing laws as a knee-jerk reaction to a news story or somebody creating a news story and bringing it up. And there's not an emergency here. We should be voting this, pulling this out. It should go through the regular process. It's in the Rules Committee. The Rules Committee can calendar it, and we can vote on it and debate it on the floor. But there's no need to do this as an emergency, and by doing this we're impugning all of our reputations, because the people out there think we're all a bunch of drunks up here legislating and drinking and partying and doing all that and getting out of it because we have this card, and that's BS. We are, the people I've served with this legislature, including the people here today, are all good, honorable people, and don't try and get out of being prosecuted when they do something wrong. And there's no emergency for this, so I say vote no on this. Let it go through the normal process.
Representative Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, there definitely is an urgency here, and the urgency is to save faith in this body. These students that have tried it, one of them's in the gallery, have been disrespected, maybe not so much by this body, but in various procedures here, and it's laughable if we say we should let this go through the process. They've been trying to get this through the process for 2 years, and they get the same old excuses, and we've set a terrible example so far. It doesn't make any difference if one person has been arrested, stopped, checked out, anything. It's a black eye on Minnesota to have this on there. With the nationwide approval of legislators of about 19%, I think we should do something to put faith back in the body. We shouldn't have immunity from anything. We should live like the rest of the people and be subject to the same laws. So I would please ask you to support the suspension of the rules and the amendment, and to get this thing through and actually make the students proud of this body. Thank you.
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just related to the question of suspending the rules, I don't know if the body knows this yet, but there is an amendment for tomorrow, discussion and tomorrow, related to House File 1863. I dropped an amendment today. It was public knowledge around noon or so earlier this afternoon. So this issue will be talked about whether we do it tonight or tomorrow. I think tonight, even though I didn't make the motion myself, I did create the amendment tomorrow to talk about this exact thing, because it's critically important. Now, does the public think the body is a bunch of drunks? I would hope not, because we're not. But the issue of alcohol use, abuse, and addiction is real, live. It doesn't discriminate. And so we shouldn't spend another day without talking about this. This is very important because we don't want people driving on our roads drunk, whether they be in our body or outside in the public. It's not good. It's a public safety issue. This issue has been at the legislature for many years, from what I understand, long before I got here, which is why, with no action, I decided I wanted to have some action. I wanted to have this discussion. I think we should approve it. I think we shouldn't have that exemption. So I would encourage us to take this up tonight. If we don't do it tonight, we'll do it tomorrow.
Representative Beard.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And members, there was one of my colleagues that brought the motion mentioned a few moments ago about the urgency of the public perception. But I would ask the body, what if that perception is built on innuendo and falsehood and misrepresentation? Is that a public perception we should drop everything for and accommodate in a moment's notice here? Let me tell you what I'm talking about. We had this discussion a few weeks ago in Ways and Means. It's the first time I heard the bill. And I was buttonholed by a college advisor and some students to sign on to the bill. And I said, this is the first time I've heard it. I need to understand the constitutional implications and what you're asking us to do. It was presented as a perk for legislators. And I said, well, you've got it completely backwards. This is not a perk for legislators. This is a protection for our districts. In case we screw up, our districts are not unrepresented down here, in spite of how irresponsible we might be, and most of us are not, and never have been. Never have been. But here's what really got me. About 2 hours later, I got a call in my office from my mayor, who said, we're getting calls at the police station in Shakopee saying that a legislator had used the card here in the past couple weeks, and that the Shakopee police stood down and let the legislator go. And so I called my chief and said, what's the story, Jeff? And Jeff said that, well, I just got a call that said a legislator from Shakopee used his card when he was pulled over on suspicion, and we let him go. And I said, I'm the only legislator from Shakopee. And it wasn't me. How did this happen? He said, I know it wasn't you. Furthermore, in Shakopee there actually is a procedure, and I don't know if I'm speaking accurately, but if a patrolman pulls over somebody of note or where there could possibly be trouble, they notify the duty sergeant who writes it down. There is no written report, and no duty sergeant remembers anything ever happening like this in Shakopee in the last 3 years, let alone the last 3 weeks. Now I got to tell you, is there an urgency here? Yeah, I'm urgent. I'm tort. Because my name has now been dragged into this. My city that I represent has been dragged into it. And the whole thing has been a misrepresentation. I'm not prepared to vote to suspend the rules and declare an urgency until I get an apology and until this body understands where that rumor came from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me get that off my chest.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. As far as the underlying bill, I've been torn on this bill. When it was first presented to me, it was presented to me much in the same way that it was presented to many of you, laden with the only supports being rumor, innuendo, and hearsay, and allusions against character, which normally is not the way we bring bills up here. So immediately my antenna went up, as did many of yours. As time passed and as we actually had the opportunity to talk this out, I've had more thoughts about it. But as I was considering how we were going to deliberate about this important issue that affects the Constitution as well as the representation of our districts, I was beset by ridicule for even asking the questions, because how in fact could you support drunk driving for legislators? Members, you know I've been a DWI prosecutor for 13 years. I've seen firsthand the tragedy that happens when people abuse their privilege to drive on the roads, and it is obviously made much worse if it is a person who represents an elected district in the state of Minnesota. But if there is any urgency here tonight, it is the urgency to get the facts first before we decide on this bill. This this handout that we have signed off on by Representative Winkler came through today. And this, as was stated by Representative Liebling, was done by Jeff Diebel, legislative analyst, nonpartisan with the Minnesota House of Representatives. And there is information in here that I have never seen before. Information that I had asked for in 2 other prior hearings on this bill, despite there being no other previous evidence to support it because there was no evidence of it happening. Sure enough, we've discovered that there were situations where legislators attempted to invoke the privilege but were denied. And they were convicted of DWI or denied the privilege. So I would submit to you, members, that if there is any urgency here tonight, it is not to take up this bill, but do our jobs and be deliberative. Read this memo. It's an outstanding memo done by Jeff Diebel. Read United States, Gavel v. U.S., 408 U.S. 606, 1972. Read State v. Flynn, 376 Northeast 2nd, 3, Illinois Court of Appeals. Read the court cases behind this. Read the situations behind it. That hasn't been done as of yet. If we do that, maybe we can come up with some good legislation that will work for the people of Minnesota. But tonight is not the time. It's too soon. Make sure you have the facts before you make your decision.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really struggle with this whole situation. As someone who's been much like, apparently I didn't know this, but much like Representative Holberg, I have been in recovery for well over 20 years. And the idea that I'm out there or anybody else is out there is driving under the influence and then using these cards seems preposterous to me, nor do I know of any cases. And so I am so struggling because it seems like it's a bill that's been put out by a manufactured crisis. A manufactured crisis that doesn't seem to exist, yet it got a little time in the papers, and so now here we are having this discussion. I would much rather be home with my 8-month-old little boy. But now I'm here having this discussion about a problem that does not exist. Does not exist. Some well-meaning students, I feel like, got taken advantage of and for a ride, brought it into us. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Now, would I vote for this bill? Yeah, I want to vote for it because I wouldn't want us driving drunk either. But you know what? I don't think we are. Right? So in my opinion, I think we should support the Zeller's motion. We should get this done and over with and move on to way more important things, or let us go home and be done with it. Let's just get it over with. Because the reality is it's just the problem doesn't exist. And I'd rather just be done with it and worrying about things that are of actual substance that we should be focused on. Thank you.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've spent some time reading the memo that was prepared by Jeff Diebel, and I think that it is really important that we suspend the rules and we actually take the time to debate this bill. I, too, am a prosecutor. I prosecute people who have been convicted of felonies. I've done misdemeanor domestic assaults and DWI. If you actually read the case law, what you'll find is that the court has already said, through case law, that we don't have this immunity. It doesn't exist. And it's because, in fact, 2 people have attempted in years past to use the card and actually gone through the court system. And I think it's time that we debate the bill. I think it's time that we actually take a look at what the case law says, and that maybe we actually make the bill reflect what the law really is. If members think that they have immunity and they would present the card, they don't have immunity based on case law. And we need to clear up any errors that either members have in the perception or that the public has in what members are doing. So I would encourage members to vote to suspend the rules. And in doing that, I would encourage members, if they have amendments that they'd like to offer, to go get them drafted. And let's take up the bill, let's debate it once and for all, and let's set the record straight, both for members and for the public.
Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not actually going to try to tell you which way to vote on either the amendment or the bill. But to echo some of what Representative Zeller said, because I'm on the Civil Law Committee, I was there for the discussion we had, and I saw that article in question. Now, I didn't get named in the article, so this is not a person who's standing up to try to clear their own name because I didn't get named. But I was, frankly, appalled at the article. And I'm not trying to slight anybody else that got named, but I was also particularly appalled that Representative Holberg was named. Because I was there in the committee, and I knew what the discussion was, and I felt that I had a sense of knowing why she was voting the way she does. Because she's usually pretty vocal about why she's voting the way she does in committee. And we have some fabulous discussions. And unfortunately, an article like this has the effect of putting a gag order on those honest discussions that thrash through the bills and try to make good law for the state of Minnesota. That's what our committee process is. And we have another constitutional right that we shall not be questioned in any other place. That means somebody can't sue you for libel or something like that for what you said in committee. So this doesn't really rise to that because it was just an article, but it gets to that same point. And so I wanted to make sure that anybody that is still up and listening to this understands that that's what part of our consternation is in this process. That we need to be able to have those discussions. We need to be able to voice our opinions. We need to be able to ask questions. We need to be able to change our mind occasionally because, you know what, we just found out something we didn't know before. We had somebody that came and testified and explained something to us. Or I'm sitting in civil law, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm surrounded by lawyers. I'm often asking the people around me, you know, I'll ask 2 or 3 of them and I'll kind of put together what they said and try to figure it out. That is the process. And so the fact that somebody said something or voted or something in committee is part of the process, and it's really a travesty that somebody's getting called out publicly for that process. We have to record our vote on statutes, and that's a matter of public record all the time. And our hearings are recorded, and people have the opportunity to hear who says what and whatever. But I just wanted to make sure, I know you all understand that because everybody here is in committee, but I want to make sure anybody listening in on this tonight or going back and hearing the audio, looking at the video or whatever, understands that part of what we are trying to carefully consider is that process, what goes on here, and how we do our job.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, thank you for the discussion. Again, I do think we've declared an urgency in the past. I think one time was for Green Acres. We've done it for other bills. I don't think that in offering this, it wasn't to get a bunch of amendments. Representative Hillstrom, obviously, if we suspend the rules, amendments will be available and allowed to the bill, but that was not the intention. This is to clear up not just public perception, but if anyone is thinking about driving drunk, that's what this is about. You shouldn't even want to consider it. I don't think this is about innuendo and making sure that somebody was properly quoted. It's about anybody here driving drunk. So, Mr. Speaker,
really? Can we just get to the?
I think it's a 90 vote is the threshold, and I would request a roll call.
Thank you. Thank you. A roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just for clarity, a parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, could you inform the body what vote is required to suspend the rules?
Yes, it is 90 votes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we require 90 votes to suspend the rules, a supermajority, because it is a serious motion. We have rules in place so that the public and members have proper notification when a bill is coming to the floor, and so that we are prepared to debate it and the public has opportunity to weigh in. That's not what we have here tonight. We're asking for a supermajority to suspend the rules so we can take up a bill that hasn't had a thorough vetting through committee. I've never seen in committee, and I would have liked to have taken time to read this research memo that just came out today from our nonpartisan House research. I would have liked to have time to review Representative Winkler's amendment. I would have liked to have had time to review the bill that I've never seen in committee. To declare a sense of urgency on something like this and do it in the dark of night when the public has never had proper notice is not the appropriate motion to be in front of the body tonight. And furthermore, Representative Zellers, I am concerned with the comments you just made about how, again, insinuating that if we have questions with procedure and questions with the bill, that somehow goes to our intent or motive, and that we would somehow be defending drinking and driving. That's been our point all along, is we're just trying to have a civil debate on this bill, and to insinuate that members who are against this are somehow promoting drinking and driving is just absolutely not true. But members, to suspend our rules and declare a sense of urgency on an issue like this when we haven't had proper notice and the public has not had proper notice is not what we should be doing here tonight. I would ask members to please vote no on suspending the rules.
Representative Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think this question is to the author. Would Representative Winkler yield?
The author of the bill, yes. Representative Winkler will yield.
Thank you. Representative Winkler, could you help me out here? What was the purpose of the privilege to begin with? I know you've been doing some work on this. Can you give me just a quick history lesson?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hamilton, I would, as others have, refer you to this memo written by Jeff Diebel. Really what the purpose was to prevent members of Parliament from being subject to civil arrest, which is an archaic legal concept that we don't use anymore. A civil arrest would happen if somebody brought a lawsuit against you and you didn't appear you didn't respond to the summons, so that you could, by a private party, or a private party could essentially take you away from your public duty. The U.S. Supreme Court in Williamson v. U.S. In 1908 interpreted a provision in the U.S. Constitution which is virtually identical to the Minnesota Constitution. And what the Supreme Court said in 1908 is that members of Congress are not privileged from arrest or prosecution in any criminal matter. Because Minnesota's constitutional provision is much like the federal one, many other states have similar provisions, and other state courts have interpreted their provisions in the same way that the U.S. Supreme Court has interpreted them. And every state attorney general opinion...
Representative Norton, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I want for clarification, please.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. What are we supposed to be discussing here?
We're discussing whether to suspend the rules.
I think we've gone a little afield. It sounds like we're hearing the bill.
That's not appropriate, Representative Norton,
Thank
to
you.
say.
I've never
Thanks.
done this before. I'm sorry.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Norton, we came in the same year. So, and to the point, I think the question that I'm getting to is why. I mean, people will have their own decision about whether this is urgent. But the point, Representative Hamilton, is that essentially every court that has interpreted this language has reached the same conclusion, which is that legislators do not have a privilege from arrest or prosecution for any criminal matter. And the issue here is not what the law is in Minnesota, because it's almost certain that if the state Supreme Court were to interpret this language, or the Attorney General were to provide an opinion, they would be in line with every other decision on this matter. The issue is that it's never happened in Minnesota. There's never been a final adjudication at the state Supreme Court level. There's a great deal of uncertainty. If you look at the second footnote on this memorandum, they refer to a couple of cases where legislators have tried to use this. And that very confusion on the part of legislators, the confusion on the part of the public, which is apparently of long standing, is what this bill, if we amend it tonight, would take care of. And we don't have to get into the amendment in detail, but essentially what we would be doing is putting in statute what a court would hold if they interpreted this section of the Minnesota Constitution. So I think, as amended tonight and passed, this would finally put to rest this issue. I don't know that it has to happen tonight. I mean, that's a question for you, whether you think that's urgent or not, and we should suspend the rules to do it. But the point is, I think as amended, if we took this action tonight, we could put this issue to bed and not have it continue to rise up as it apparently has done over the decades.
Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the topic before us of whether or not to suspend the rules, I'll just remind you, what we pass is law, and The words that go in front of us matter. And so I looked at this bill because I thought, well, I might have to vote on it. I've never seen it. I've never been on the committees. And you know what? It starts out by saying we're going to have to, every time we reproduce the Constitution, add some new words. And I picked up a copy of our Constitution that we have in our desk, reproduced by our House of Representatives, and not on one single page of this does it have any extra language that is not part of our Constitution. And yet the bill before us says anytime a government agency reproduces the Constitution, it's going to add in some language from this law, not by a constitutional amendment approved by the people. It doesn't say it should be a footnote or an anecdote or an asterisk or anything. It just says if you reproduce the Constitution, you insert this law. You know, that's pretty darn sloppy process, which I think is an excellent example of why we shouldn't suspend the rules. We should do our work in a deliberative way and do it in the normal process in which everyone looks at the words and everyone knows what they're voting for.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, we are on the motion to suspend the rules. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 100 ayes and 28 nays, the motion to suspend the rules prevails. The clerk will report. The clerk will speak.
Pursuant to Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of the State of Minnesota, Zellers moves that the rule therein be suspended and urgency be declared so that House File 2281 be given its second and third readings and be placed upon its final passage.
Representative Zellers.
That's my motion, Mr. Speaker. I think we had the discussion about that prior. I'd ask for member support, ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. We are voting on the declaration of an urgency to suspend the rules. So this also takes 90 votes, members. It's essentially the same vote. We just have to do it twice. Clerk will close the roll. There being 96 ayes and 33 nays, the motion prevails. Now the clerk will report the bill.
Give it a second reading.
And give it its second.
Clerk.
And its second reading.
Second reading, House File 2281.
Second reading.
House File 2281, an act relating to public safety.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler and Zellers moving to amend House File 2281, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is quoted 252.
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. As I discussed with Representative Hamilton, This amendment puts in law what every court in the nation who's interpreted this issue would say this language means, and what every Attorney General says this language means. And if this went to the State Supreme Court, or if the Attorney General of Minnesota were to issue an opinion, they would say the same thing. Legislators do not have a privilege from arrest or prosecution in a criminal matter. However, there is a great deal of confusion about this, and it continues to come up decade after decade. And I think for the sake of providing clarity to legislators in the future, and for the sake of providing clarity to members of the public, we should simply put in law what the law is.
Representative Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage members as well. I signed on Representative Winkler's amendment in consultation with Representative Holberg as well, and ask for member support on the amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. My name was used in debate earlier. I feel a need to respond to that and to respond to this whole debate. You know, this is what democracy looks like. We have had a debate now for many minutes on this issue, and there's been debate in committee. And disagreement does not condemn somebody in a democracy. I'm going to support this amendment because during this lengthy debate I've had time to read the memo. A memo that I did not see in committee. So in committee, in my understanding, there's been changes to the bill after it left the committee that I serve on, and this amendment would make changes again. That's what happens at the legislature. Things get polished, things get changed, and things get improved. And so, members, there's been a lot said, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot more said. But I'm prepared to vote for the amendment, and I'm prepared to vote for the bill. And I would encourage folks to publish the memo on their Facebook pages or in their email updates so that the public can be fully informed about what we're doing. I would take this as an opportunity for everybody to learn about the democracy that we're at. And there will be people who are going to disagree. They're going to disagree with the memo, they're going to disagree with the vote, they're going to disagree with how people vote. But that's what happens, and we will make a decision as the representatives of the people. So I would encourage a yes vote on the amendment.
Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and will Representative Winkler yield for a question?
He will. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. The language in the amendment says a crime including a felony, gross misdemeanor, or misdemeanor. From my understanding, that is what a crime is, a felony, a gross misdemeanor, or misdemeanor. So I'm wondering if you could clarify for the body what could possibly be considered a crime that isn't one of those three things that you listed after the word crime.
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Moline, I'm not aware of any.
Representative Moline.
Well, Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler, I think that's my concern with just throwing this language in at the last minute that none of us have been able to see or analyze this evening. To say a crime including a felony, gross misdemeanor, or misdemeanor, I'm not aware of any either, but the language isn't very clear. If that's everything that a crime includes, then why wouldn't you just put a crime? Why would you say including a felony, gross misdemeanor, or misdemeanor, since we all understand those three things to be a crime in Minnesota? Will Representative Winkler yield for another question?
He will. Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Winkler, when we pass laws around here and we don't specify a penalty, by statute, that the penalty automatically becomes a misdemeanor, even if it isn't stated in the bill. We do that through a number of statutes that we pass around here and always have, where even though it's not specified in the bill as being a misdemeanor, the default under law is a misdemeanor. So would your language that you have here include all penalties that we don't specify in statutes that default to a misdemeanor?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Moline, if it's a crime and it's defaulted to a misdemeanor under state statute, then it fits this definition. And I appreciate the point about doing this work in committee and not here, but I didn't bring the motion to bring this before us tonight. The body voted to do that, and I think for the sake of providing some answers about what this means, the memo that was dated today, taking this amendment now and adding this language and working it through as we move forward is the best way that the best thing we have in front of us. This bill, if passed tonight, goes to the Senate. If the Senate disagrees, there's a conference committee. The Senate hasn't shown a lot of interest in this bill already. There are lots of stops along the way to figure this out. Based on my understanding, any crime that's a felony, gross misdemeanor, or a misdemeanor would fit the definition of something that under the Constitution we have no privilege from. So this is simply establishing in law what the Constitution would say if a court were to interpret it.
Representative Moline.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler. And, I'm not talking about suspending the rules anymore. I was talking about your amendment and the language that's in there, which I'm concerned with having, of course, just seen it this evening and not knowing that this bill or an amendment were going to be coming before the body. And I just feel like we have not had the proper time to vet the language in the amendment. First time I've ever even seen the language in the bill was when we started the debate on the suspension of the rules. And so, members, this isn't the way to make law, to do it last minute. We don't know what the implications of this amendment are. I don't know what the implications of the bill are because I've never heard it before and I'm just seeing it for the first time. So I think I would ask members to vote no on the amendment and no on the bill. Thank you.
Lots of good arguments in favor of the pre-filing rule tonight. Representative Radinovich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak in favor of the amendment and in favor of the bill. I've only been in this body for a year. In the last few months, or in the last month or so, I've heard more and more about the matter before us here. And, I guess what I'd like to say is that it's a great privilege to serve in this body. And the privilege doesn't extend to the card. In fact, when I first received the card, I thought it was a joke. It's proven to be no more valuable than that to me right now. But what I'd like to say is that we've had the opportunity to do really great work in this body here this year. And I think that the root of the great work that we've been able to do is that we've been responsive to the needs of Minnesotans, to the wants of Minnesotans, and to the concerns of Minnesotans. And so we have an opportunity here tonight to be responsive to the concerns of Minnesotans about the privileges extended to legislators in this body. And so I hope that rather than try and bog this bill and this amendment down tonight, that we'll work expeditiously to respond to Minnesotans, to respond to the concerns about legislators, and to further clear up, I think, that we have no greater privilege than the people we represent. I think that would be a fine endorsement for this body tonight, and I hope that we're able to do that in a hurry. Thank you.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I was just thinking the opposite. It's kind of great to see his paper flooding my desk, Mr. Speaker. Just amendments like falling from the sky and criticizing news articles, and it's just like old times. I can't wait for some amendments describing people's pets coming up just to further help out with this bill. But I do want to have a serious thought. I'm concerned about the amendment that's the Winkler amendment that we're talking about now, and the bill was, I think the students had a good point. I like it when students get involved in our democracy. I tell them the place belongs to them and they better take good care of it. I think we better take good care of it too. The hearings were about drunk driving, and they had testimony. I was in none of those hearings. If it came to Ways and Means, it was only about a little bit of money. I don't remember that hearing very well, but when I carry this, I've carried this card in my pocket, various versions from different secretaries of state, and I thought it was so I could be free to express my opinion and not fear any retaliation from any law enforcement. That I could be free to walk down the street and say anything I wanted to say in defense of my constituents, so that they would know that I have no reason to fear being arrested. So they know I could be brave and look after my people. That's what I always thought. It never dawned on me this would get me out of a drunk driving arrest, because I don't do that, but that wasn't what I thought of. But I thought this is about our way to serve the people. And so I'm concerned, and maybe Representative Lesch can help me out here if he's going to help me define some of these crimes. But so if a misdemeanor is something that we're going to allow me to be arrested for, if I'm at a rally, Representative Lesch, and we're protesting something, and I get kind of loud, and carried away. And in terms of defending whatever the thing is we're rallying for, if it's, I don't know, stuff happens. How hard is it to get a misdemeanor arrest for being loud and expressing my opinion in a public place? Is that possible I could be arrested? Could I be charged with a misdemeanor for being loud and at some public gathering, or I'm at a rally where we're defending some injustice? Is that possible?
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Abler. Disorderly conduct under Minnesota Statute 60972 states that any loud, boisterous behavior that alarms individuals nearby qualifies as a misdemeanor, and if seen by a police officer, you are arrestable. Otherwise, the police officer needs a citizen's arrest form from an individual who saw it, whereby your arrest could be effected.
Representative Abler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I guess I'm just telling you that it's if we pass this tonight, it's lucky there's a Senate. And I hate to be the one to say that after 16 years of being a loyal House member. But I don't want it to be that this is not ready. And, I mean, I can make a motion to delete misdemeanor, but I don't know what a gross misdemeanor is. If I get really carried away and I'm really angry at somebody for taking something wrong about that we see in our neighborhood, where there's some wrong been done, and we are the ones that we're kind of, they're our people. We think we own them, that they rely on us, and it's my city is what I look after. So I don't have an oral amendment right now, Mr. Speaker, but members, this is the wrong amendment. I think we should vote no on this and do the drunk thing, get that over, let the Senate work on that, and see if they want to enhance it with some thoughtful way. But members, to whoever's watching this, the students, thank you for being involved in this. You need to be involved in your government. And for coming and being persuasive and for pushing. For the people who are rude to them, I apologize to those students on behalf of this legislative process. I don't know who it was. I've had nothing to do with any of this. But students, you want us to be able to stand up for you. And so you don't want to have our hands tied for fear of being arrested when we get a little disorderly defending our people. So members, at least I would vote no on this amendment. And if it goes forward, maybe I'll have an amendment to delete the misdemeanor. We'll be here all night doing this, Mr. Speaker. I think that's the wrong answer. Thanks.
Representative Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, members, I've had an opportunity to hear this bill twice in two different committees. Both times they're a very healthy debate. But overall, overwhelming support for this bill. One of the reasons there's support for this is because in the law enforcement community, these cards are known as the get out of jail free card. Every law enforcement officer knows them. And this deals with Minnesota Statute 3.151. A person is guilty of a gross misdemeanor who, in Section 3, willfully, intentionally, or otherwise prevents a member of the legislature from attending a session of the member's house or of a committee. It doesn't say how or what they're doing, whether they are going to affect an arrest or DWI or anything. If we detain if law enforcement detains us the way this statute is written, and this bill amends this statute, spelling out what law enforcement has the authority to do, they can do their job. But right now, the way this is written, they can get charged with a gross misdemeanor if they don't do things properly. That will cost that officer his license. That's why they refuse to even do anything with it when they know we're legislators and we have those cards and we're in session. Because they're nervous about their job. Because they can get charged with a gross misdemeanor the way this law is written. This bill takes care of that. And this amendment takes care of that. Please vote in favor of this amendment.
Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, I was chatted with a little bit about the language that's in this amendment, and after reading the memo makes it pretty clear that the court is saying that you're not exempt if you commit a criminal offense. But in Minnesota statute, we don't put all criminal offenses in the same chapter. So you can't just cite the Criminal Code, Chapter 609. DWI is in Chapter 169A. If you do drug offenses, they're in Chapter 152. If you commit DNR offenses, there are gross misdemeanors there. They're in Chapter 80-something. So you can't just simply cite a criminal statute. We also have petty misdemeanors under Minnesota law because while we create something as a misdemeanor, we have given the Supreme Court the authority to make it a petty payable offense. And so if you don't specifically say what types of crimes it is that you're talking about, you could end up getting all that list of payable offenses included in this as well. So the attempt was to make it very clear to the members what it is that's included and not included based on the interpretation that's already happened in case law. So members, it's an attempt to make it clear so that members know that you already are not exempt. You are already not immune. You're already not immune based on case law. 2 members previously have presented their cards, and they were still, one was detained, the other one ended up pleading guilty in the end, even though it was delayed. So members, I don't want members to think that they have this immunity when you don't, and I don't want the public to perceive that members are showing these cards and getting immunity when they're not. So members, I encourage you to support this provision. That's the reason why it specifically says felony, gross misdemeanor, and misdemeanors, because of the way Minnesota's criminal codes are kind of spread out over other pieces of statute.
Joanne Ward. Representative Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I plan to support this amendment, the Garofalo Amendment, the Loeffler Amendment, the Winkler Amendment, and any other amendment that comes up, including the original bill. Mr. Speaker and members, we passed some significant national leading social and economic legislation affecting over 50% of the population of this state. And I suspect tonight we're going to listen to the news media talk about this silly little debate that's going on here and disregard this important social and economic legislation we passed on the very same day that, again, in the United States Senate, pay equity for women in this country was denied through another filibuster. But we're going to listen to the media talk about this silly debate instead of important social and economic advancement for the country and for this state. Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed in this committee.
Representative Lesh. There's no further discussion. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Loeffler, moving to amend House File 2281, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 254.
Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what this amendment does is it addresses the issue that I brought up earlier, which the underlying bill in Section 1 says that any government agency that reproduces the Minnesota Constitution, Article 10, must include the following language. And then it says any arrest under this provision is immediately reviewable before a neutral judicial officer. I don't take lightly saying anytime you reproduce the Constitution, you insert new language. And so what this amendment does is says that you will put that statement as a footnote, so it is clear to people that that is not part of the body of the Constitution, and that we will continue to have people not nervous about reproducing our Constitution for school children and for others, and I'd urge your support.
Seeing Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no concerns, particularly with the Loeffler amendment. The underlying language was drafted by House Research. It was a Lesh amendment. It says documentation. I'm not sure if printed copies of the Constitution would really qualify as documentation, but I don't think the amendment hurts anything, so it's up to you.
See no further Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Loeffler, that was my amendment. The point is that the ridiculousness of all of this is because of the dang card that they hand out. The card is clearly, Bill just gave me his card. So this card, the card is worthless. It clearly by law doesn't do anything. And so the point is that if the Secretary of State is going to continue to publish this, that they put on that, by the way, you get to arrest the legislator, and after that, during the course of the arrest, you effect the required evidentiary. Sorry, I can't even concentrate. These guys are jabbering in front of me. So I think when you add in a footnote, I mean, if you think whether or not that was a question about whether it's clear, I don't know what a footnote is. Do you know anywhere else in statute where we define footnote, or are we just supposed to take that on face value? Would Representative Loeffler?
She will yield. Yes, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Lesh. I think there's probably a common interpretation of what a footnote is, and I suspect it is defined in our revisers statutes because they are all throughout our statutory books. I haven't looked it up. That's the purpose of having hearings in committee with legal staff supporting us rather than on the floor of the House. But I'll say if we want to play language games, I'm not sure what a neutral judicial officer is, and I'll assume that neutral is somewhere defined as well. I'm just trying to say that every time you reproduce the Constitution and it happens to include all the language, you add this extra language as a footnote, and I think it's probably defined in the revisers statutes.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is part of the reason why you should have voted not to declare an urgency. None of us know when we pass this bill what exactly it's going to say or what it's going to mean at the end of this. Another representative and I were talking earlier today when this great memo came out from Mr. Diebel about how we're going to proceed forward, and it wasn't until afterwards that we heard that, in fact, an urgency was going to be asked to be declared, a motion for an urgency. But before that happened, we said, well, probably the best solution is just to discontinue the use of these cards in the first place. Just say that no government agency can produce them. But instead of saying that, to make it more clear, we said that you'd have to state that an arrest has to be effectuated, which would result in an appearance before a judicial officer. So I don't think I'm going to oppose your amendment, Representative Loeffler, but I really don't think it helps the bill altogether anyway.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm not opposed to the amendment either, but I think that the more sensible thing would be simply to strike this whole section, because when this was put in by Representative Lesh, we did not know in the Civil Law Committee that, in fact, we have no immunity. And we were trying to, I think, clarify with this amendment that certainly the immunity that we thought was there when we were dealing with this in committee, that it didn't mean that you just didn't even get to the judge. So now we have more information that we got this afternoon, and we know that, in fact, there is no immunity from arrest for any crime. Legislators have no immunity. So it really, to me, doesn't make much sense to have Section 1 at all. So I know we're on the Loeffler Amendment, and so we can go ahead and vote on that. I don't think it really makes any difference if we vote yes or no, but afterwards I'm going to make a motion to strike Section 1 of the bill, because I think it just, at this point, doesn't really make any difference, since we have no immunity anyway, and I think it'll be utterly clear after tonight.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed, no. The motion does not prevail. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Garofalo moving to amend House File 2281, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 253.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I think if there's one thing that we can agree on today, it's this. It's that this bill is not before us today because of the actions or behavior of legislators, the actions or behavior of police officers, nor the actions of a judicial system. The reason why this bill... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the reason why this bill is before us today is because of the inaccurate, lazy reporting by a journalist at a major newspaper. That's why this bill is being heard today. The journalist who did the story on this issue didn't even do a basic level of fact-checking to get the first name right of the legislators cited in the story. That's why we are here today. We are responding to a fact that a lazy journalist didn't do their job. The reason why I'm going to withdraw this amendment when I'm done talking, but the reason why I'm offering this amendment is to call on that journalist to apologize to the members of this body for their blatantly inaccurate and lazy reporting. We are responding to people who buy ink by the barrel.
She's having fun back there.
That's what's going on here. And it's embarrassing that there are few checks or balances against inaccurate reporting in modern day society. So members, I'll withdraw this amendment, but I would simply state to this individual journalist that with power comes responsibility. Use it more wisely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Garofalo withdraws his amendment. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Metsa moving to amend House File 2281, the first engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded 255.
Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to concur with what Representative Garofalo had just said. This amendment goes through with someone who is a former legislator and would exempt their district, or where they live in Pike Township, from getting a DUI. And the reason I bring that up, it might seem funny, but this is a gentleman who did, unfortunately, make a bad choice and got a DUI. He went and was held accountable to the full extent of the law and did his thing with the punishments that he was given. I don't think there was any opportunity to have a card. I actually gave my card away before I even got down here to a friend as a souvenir, because I thought, after hearing Joe Begich describe getting pulled over one time a long time ago and pulling out the card, and the guy laughed at him and basically threw the book at him. So I think that this is something that we should be taking seriously, and I am disappointed, as Representative Benson as well, with the fact that we are bringing this up after working on a great bill earlier today that Representative Moline passed, and we should be highlighting the successes of that and what it's going to do for Minnesota families. So at the end of the day, I appreciate you entertaining this idea. I will withdraw my amendment, but I am disappointed in the body for taking this up tonight.
Representative Metsa withdraws his amendment. There is another amendment at the desk, which is out of order. You can't propose a constitutional amendment in a bill. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading. Isn't that right?
Third reading, House File 2281, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion of the bill. Representative Lesch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Liebling yield to a question?
Representative
Liebling.
Liebling will yes. Representative Lesch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, another consequence of trying to go through this fast and furious, members. But I'm reading the bill, and I'm reading an amendment that Representative Liebling put on in Civil Law Committee that I didn't like at the time because I was concerned about the standard of proof. And that included an amendment that started at line 1.20 in the bill itself, the current engrossment. Representative Liebling, by the word arrest on line 1.20 in the first engrossment, are you referring to an arrest effected by a police officer or by a legislator?
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lesch, if you read the rest of the sentence, it talks about a licensed peace officer. And so I think it's pretty clear from the sentence that we're talking about a licensed peace officer. And here again, if I may, just members, here again is another reason why we shouldn't be doing this right now in this way. Because when we did this, when I put this amendment on, we were under an entirely different understanding about what the current state of the law was. And but I still think, Representative Lesch, that this is pretty clear. And this was the reason that I offered this amendment was that I was under the impression that what this section of the Constitution was doing was saying that even though we could be, even though we were going to change it, make it clear that we could be arrested for something like a DUI, that the purpose of having this in the Constitution was to keep the executive branch, in other words, the police forces, which you know the legislative branch doesn't have its own police force, so to stop the executive branch from interfering with legislators getting to the body to vote or to do other work. And that this sort of gave a layer of protection that sort of was true to the original intent of the Constitution. So that was my purpose in putting it into the bill, just to emphasize that even though legislators were not going to have immunity, that we wanted to make sure that the original intent of that constitutional provision remained and was strengthened. So that went a little beyond your question, Representative Lesch, but I think it's pretty clear that this is an arrest or attempted arrest of a member of the legislature by a licensed peace officer.
Representative Lesch.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Liebling, but the clause preceding including an arrest is a clause that applies to a legislator because it includes a disjunctive set, a list of clauses that apply to the legislator. And then you state an official act including an arrest. So the arrest would apply to the legislator, him or herself. And that matters. So the language on that is fuzzy. And members, that's going to need to be fixed, and that alone might be enough of a reason to vote no on this. You can plug your nose and vote and hope the Senate fixes it, but I think we all know what happens when you do that. But members, there are numerous problems with this bill. I'm going to be looking through it again, and I may, well, I guess we can't speak again on this, but maybe we can since the rules are out the window. But I'm going to look this over again. But I just wanted to ask Representative Liebling about that piece right there because it's a glaring grammatical issue.
Representative Hertaus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Zeller, bringing this forth, and Representative Winkler, thank you for doing that. Thank you for pointing out the issue about the Diebel memo here, because really this whole business of getting this privilege card, stems from the idea that there's a difference between the civil arrest and the criminal arrest. And last night we talked about the expungement bill, and I just wanted to point out that since the Constitution was drafted in our statehood, we only had about 70 felony offenses, but since then we have about 370, nearly 400, so I think that's pretty well include just about everything that there is in terms of criminal offense. So although this was granted as a privilege back when we entered statehood, I can't imagine that it was necessarily perceived as a public safety risk to fall off your horse in a drunken stupor. But today, driving drunk is a public safety threat. And that's what the students here that came to talk to us about, and many of us have had those visits in our office. And so I think we should get this done, and thank you.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As it pertains to this bill, I just want to share a little bit about my week with you. I want to talk about worrying about bullying in our schools. I'm very concerned about making sure that we have equality in pay for women. I've been concerned about the homeless and racial disparities. I've been focused on things with the environment and worrying about the betterment of our lakes and our fishing quality. And today now, I'm worried about a manufactured crisis on the floor, created by a manufactured crisis by some students and some willful participants in the press. Now, my understanding and what I have seen so far in the discussions is it has been made perfectly and abundantly clear that it's not possible for a legislator to get out of a DUI with the card. Again, it is not possible for the legislator to get out of a DUI with the card or really any other criminal offense. So it begs the question why we've been allowed to push ourselves in this spot where now we have this bill and this discussion, which is nothing short of ridiculous. I'm embarrassed for the professor that thought this would be a good class project. I think it's a shameful event. I'm a professor. I do this for a living. It's frustrating to see things like this, and it's not a good example to our students of how the legislative process works. And that to me is also very frustrating. We should have productive discussions about legislation that actually has an impact on people's lives, like working against homelessness, like taking care of our education, like creating equality for women. These are the issues that matter. These are the issues that change our state. Instead, we're sitting here on this issue. Nobody in the room thinks driving drunk's a good idea. We're all on the same page about that. Not only that, none of us are going to use our card to try to get out of it. It is a manufactured crisis. And that is embarrassing and frustrating to me because we're sitting here spending time on this right now. My little boy's gone out of town for 5 days. I was hoping to make it home to see him before he went to bed. I'm not. I'm here discussing this issue. Thank you. That's awesome.
Put you on if you want.
I'm really excited about it. I'm going to vote for the bill.
I'm sorry.
Just because my understanding, and Representative Winkler, I may ask you to yield for a question, but my understanding, will Representative Winkler yield for a question?
He will. Representative Isaacson.
Representative Winkler, it is my understanding, and maybe you would not concur, and I'd be really looking for your opinion here, that what we are really doing is being more explicit in stating what is already the case with your bill. Is that correct?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Isaacson, I think you're sort of correct. This case, or this section of the Minnesota Constitution has never received a final interpretation from the Minnesota Supreme Court, which would be the final word. The State Attorney General has not issued an opinion which has the force of law. Since the only way that this has been interpreted has been at the district court level. So there is something of a question. But every other interpretation of this provision is consistent with the U.S. Supreme Court decision. So I think that there is, almost no possibility that this could be interpreted by a court in any other way.
Right.
However, the point, I would just refer you back to footnote 2 of this memo. Legislators have tried to use this. That is a problem. Mr. Speaker and Representative Isaacson, I think by passing this bill, clarifying what the law is, we resolve that problem for ourselves and we resolve the confusion with the public.
Representative Isaacson.
Representative Winkler, I thank you for that detailed and I stand slightly corrected, and I appreciate that. And I'm not aware of Minnesota legislators that have tried this. And when you and I had spoken for a second, you had said that your concern was there might be a legislator that actually thought that's what it meant, right? And I think a discussion, perhaps a handout in HR when you first get elected probably clears that up. But I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish with that. I think it's ridiculously unfortunate it has to be done in this way. I think it sets a bad precedent. It's a bad example. Not only that, it doesn't speak to the highest quality of what our House is supposed to be about. I don't get up on the floor and talk very often, but I'm really frustrated with that because of the amount of things that I'm trying to accomplish up here that have actual substance and matter. The things I'm working with different members from across the aisle that have some very specific and hard, really ramifications for our state that are positive. And instead, we're here discussing this. So I'm going to vote for it because I want to get it out of here and I never want to hear about it ever again. So I can focus on things in our state that will actually have a positive outcome for us. Thank you.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I too, like everybody here, does not condone drunk driving. It's a public safety issue, and we all know that. But this bill, as I said earlier, is brought to us in the worst possible way that a bill can be brought. Someone thinks there's a problem that really isn't a problem. They get it in the press and they gin it up, and they gin this thing up into a frenzy, and they make us pass a law to react to that. That's a knee-jerk reaction to somebody's idea. And I applaud the professor and the college students that tried to bring a bill forward, because they've in past years done the same thing as part of their college project, to see what the legislative process is about and work on it. But as we all know, of the 3,000 bills that have been introduced in the last 2 years, they don't all become law. And they don't all get passed. And there's discussion on them. And as they've been going through this process, as Representative Beers pointed out, there's been stuff that's been put out there on Twitter, accusing us of all being drunk, anyone that talks about it or asks about it. Our integrity's been impugned by different people out there, and I don't know if it's the students, I don't know who is doing it, but they're ginning this up so that we all look like we're bad. And so we're here tonight, in the middle of the night, when we should be home with our families, and debating this, because none of us have the courage to stand up and say, no, this is bad legislation. It's not needed, as the memo we got today, which we didn't have when we had it in committee, that it really doesn't mean anything. So why are we spending our time here trying to pass this law, when it doesn't mean anything anyway? As Representative Eisenstein said, maybe they should have passed that out to us when they handed this card when we first got elected. I know when I first got elected, they told us about this. We said, don't ever use it, because it's going to be a bigger press story if you use it and get out of it for something than if you don't, than if you just go through the normal process. Members, I voted against this in committee for various reasons. It's a matter of principle. I voted against the 90, against bringing it up as an emergency, because that's not an emergency to debate this in the middle of the night. And I'm going to vote against this bill because I think it's the wrong type of legislation we should be doing. We have more important things to pass here. A minimum wage bill increase, the stuff that we did earlier today with the women's bill. These are the important things that we were sent here to do. This is just a waste of our time. It doesn't mean anything, and it's just a way for the press to bash us and make us all look bad. And we're making ourselves look bad by sitting here bringing this up and debating it. So, members, vote no on the bill. It's bad legislation. It's a bad precedent to set to react to the press, to do something in a knee-jerk fashion. It's the worst type of legislation we can pass.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the bill's author yield for a question?
He will. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler. Representative Winkler, there's been some discussion about the position of the bill right now. As far as, and from what I understood, I have not heard this in committee, but from what I understood, that this bill, before it was brought to the floor, was in the Rules Committee. Is that correct? And if that is correct, could you tell me just the trajectory of your bill and the committees that it went through and how it got to where it was just up until the time we brought it up?
Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, if my memory serves, and somebody could correct me, I think it started in government operations, went to public safety, went to civil law, and then went to rules. Because it was past deadline.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. And for most of the people in the body understand that the rules is the final committee, the place that's sort of the air traffic control, if you will, for things landing here in the House floor. That it had successfully gone through the committee process. And I'm wondering if Representative Winkler would yield to another question.
He will. Representative Dean.
From what I understood from your presentation, Representative Winkler, and from the materials that were distributed on the floor, there's the concerns of the advocates that brought the bill forward was basically two issues. Number one, that legislators thought that they had a card in their wallet that enabled them to drive drunk and get away with it, as problem number one. And problem number two, whether or not that is the case, that the public perceives that to be the truth. Is that an accurate description of at least some of the discussion and the fruit of what's in your bill, Representative Winkler?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dean, yes.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Schoen would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Schoen. Representative Schoen, you're a police officer, and I'm sure you've served for quite a while, and you've served. I'm just wondering, can you give me a ballpark figure of how many DUIs that you have seen in your time, if you can put a number on it, of how many DUI arrests that you have had or participated in as a police officer?
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean. Well, I've been a police officer about 3 years less than Representative Gruenhagen's been on the school board. So that's about 13 years. Over those years, I've probably dealt with, when I was in patrol, probably between other officers that I worked with on shift, 50 to 75. I spent 4.5 years as a detective and not working the street at all.
Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Schoen. If you'd yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Schoen.
Thank you.
Representative Dean, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schoen, have you ever been called to an accident where there's been a fatality, where there's been alcohol involved?
Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Dean. Yes.
Representative Dean.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Schoen would yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative Dean.
Representative Schoen, did you find that funny?
Representative Schoen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Dean, no.
Representative Dean.
No, it's not. It's not. And that's the problem. With driving drunk, with alcoholism, with what we've seen in our institution, in our chambers, in our caucuses. We've seen what can happen when people succumb to alcoholism, succumb to alcohol, drive drunk. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's not one bit funny. We also have a legislature that is not held in very high esteem right now. People think we're arrogant. People think we do whatever we want. People think we make laws for ourselves that shouldn't apply to them. And I think that's terrible. And I think that's something that this should just be a no-brainer. Why should this have to wait another day or get bottled up or have the same old excuses? So I'm glad we're bringing this forward. I would like to think that if it wasn't brought up in this way, that it would have come up naturally through the committee process. But, you know, I've seen stuff fall through the cracks too around here. I've been around here 10 years. So I'm glad this is up.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the bill author yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, a lot has been said tonight, I think in a very negative connotation, about the activists or the advocates that have been working tirelessly on this bill. And so I'm just wondering, Representative Winkler, as you met with those folks, and as you met with those students and the professor, did you have any reason at any point to question their motives or their reasoning to why they brought this before this body? And if, in your experience in dealing with these activists and these advocates, if at any point in time they treated this like a school project, like we keep hearing about?
Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Zerwas, I actually think we've had too much discussion already about the students involved in bringing this forward and the teacher. I don't really think that the merit of the question before us has anything to do with the people who are suggesting that we do it. I introduced the bill. It was my decision. Other legislators have introduced a very similar version of this bill in the past. In fact, that bill in past years hasn't gone very far. For some reason this year the bill got introduced and it moved along, and there was a lot of commotion publicly about it. I can't really tell you why that was this year versus other years. It just is what it is. I noticed that I had a bill last year on school lunches, and it was the same bill that passed unanimously out of this body earlier this session. For some reason something changed. That's the nature of politics, and I think we've had too much discussion about ancillary issues. We should focus on the bill.
Representative Zerwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Winkler. And I appreciate those comments, sir, and I think it's important to be said that this is an important issue, and I think Representative Dean did a good job steering us back in that direction. And I think the opportunity before us tonight is to really lay out a pretty bright line that the laws in Minnesota apply to all of us. My family's a law enforcement family. My father was the police chief in Elk River for 23 years. My brother Dave is a police officer in Burnsville, and my brother Tom is a captain in Sherburne County in their jail. And I, like a lot of the freshmen, received the immunity card and went to family Christmas and pulled that sucker out. And they went, "Oh, wow." And I said, "So what do you think it means?" And my brother said, "I don't know, but I don't think I'd risk it." And so I think that's the big thing. It's public perception. It could be a misperception or a misconception. Members, the one thing I'll say is in the next few days, you should keep your eyes peeled, as I've talked to a few reporters that are getting ready to put out at least 2 or 3 stories of former members that have used their card and been driven home and not faced arrest for DUI. So snuggle in and stay tuned for that. And so the idea that this is a myth or a lie or it's never been used will all come clear. So I urge a green vote.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I don't think there's anything wrong with clarifying the law, because it is very clear now that we have this memo that there is no privilege from arrest. I mean, it's true, it's possible that our Supreme Court could decide against, in the opposite way from all the other courts who've decided this, but that's pretty unlikely. So I think it's pretty safe to say there is no privilege. But there is confusion. I grant you with that. There is confusion, and I don't have a problem with passing a bill that clarifies things. Now, I do want to say that the amendment at the desk that was out of order was mine. If indeed this doesn't mean anything, why are we leaving it in the Constitution? And that was what I was going to propose to do. And yeah, I'm sure it is out of order. No problem with that ruling. But just to bring it up and let you all know, if indeed we want, if this is all about making sure the public is not confused and making sure legislators are not confused, then instead of, in the middle of the night, on the fly, passing a bill that was drafted and crafted and went through committees under a different understanding of what the law is, we should have taken some real time to consider this. We didn't need to do this tonight. We should be considering it, because I think Representative Lesch was correct when I looked at the language again. It is badly drafted. It is confusing because it was drafted when we thought the law was different than we now know. So we're going to be passing a bill tonight that is badly drafted. There's no question about it. I'm going to vote for it too, because hopefully if it goes anywhere it can get fixed up. But this is not the way we ought to be doing bills, members. This is really not the right procedure. Our procedure is there for a reason, because hopefully it gives us a better product. And so I'm really conflicted tonight because our process is a bad one. But I'm not against the bill. And the one final thing I want to say is that one thing that I think members should take note of tonight is that with the rules suspended, members, especially freshmen who've never had this experience, have had a little taste of what it's like to operate with rules that allow us to go out and get an amendment when we think we need one. And it's a different feeling. And I know it takes a lot more time and things are a lot more uncertain, but there is, from my point of view, a lot of value in that. So I'm voting for the bill, but just know as you vote for this bill that you're voting for something that's badly drafted and that could have been a lot better.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the sorry state of affairs is perception's reality. And And being named in that newspaper article on a voice vote in committee, I got the same emails the other three members got, and I tell you what, they were not pleasant, they were nasty, they were degrading. I didn't appreciate it, but that was their perception of me. They believed that I wanted to drive drunk. Well, I tell you, members, I can't drink more than 2 drinks because I get sick. So the odds of me being drunk aren't very good. But I didn't vote against it because I thought that the bill was a bad idea. I am not an attorney, but I firmly believed that taking that phrase, breach of peace, and redefining it was changing the meaning of our Constitution. And if we really wanted to educate our population out there and really give them the idea that we weren't any better than they were, let's put it to a constitutional amendment and let them vote on it. So everyone would understand exactly what it was, and they would have a buy-in in the process. I don't care if we get rid of the card or just change the word, just change breach of peace to any criminal activity. I was good with that. But now we're faced with passing a piece of bad legislation because it's not crafted in the manner that we all understood it to be. But that's why I voted against it in committee, because I thought it should go to the vote of the people and be a constitutional amendment and fix it in what I thought was the right way. So as I got drugged through the mud with everyone else that was named in that article, and I'm still responding to those nasty emails, but that was my position on it. And normally when I come to the floor, I know exactly how I'm going to vote on a piece of legislation because I've done my homework. You know, what we do on the floor here is a lot for our constituents back home to show them that we're trying to do our work. But right now, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this because it is bad. It is a bad bill. It's not poorly. It's poorly written. It's poorly crafted. But yet, in political speak, you got to vote for it, or you're going to get. It's going to be a campaign piece because we can't leave each other alone, and we can't be civil to each other when it comes campaign time. And that's the reality of this. We're going to get beat up come election in November if you vote against it. And that's the reality, and perception's reality, and there we go again. So members, I guess choose your poison.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's not trivial, the integrity of this body and its members. And it's not perfect, but I don't have an issue supporting this bill on the ideal, the merits. The only issue I have is there's a pattern of intimidation, a pattern of saying falsehoods to get people and change their behavior and affect this body, and rewarding what we defined as being bullying 24 hours ago. That is the only trepidation I have at voting on this, is rewarding bullies that would lie to try and further some agenda. But I will vote for this, but I will not honor the bullies that helped precipitate it.
Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd urge members to go easy on the kids on this one, the kids who brought it. And by the way, it was not the kids who brought it. It was a professor who heard a drunk making outrageous lies in a bar and thought that would be a great idea for a college course syllabus. Of course, it turned out that those statements were false, and it's taken till now and a memo by an adept researcher to establish absolutely the falsehood of it. But as it stands right now, members, these kids were just doing what they're told. They're doing this for a grade, okay? And they're working hard for it. And I've seen a couple of them up here put in longer hours than I see some of the folks on the floor, I think, which impressed me quite a bit. But there's no question that many people have a sour taste in their mouth about this bill, not because of the subject matter, not because somehow they support drunk driving, because as has been made clear by the Winkler Amendment, the bill is no longer even about DWIs. And the memo establishes that it was never even about DWIs, because stating in the Constitution it was felony, treason, or breach of the peace, which according to the courts meant pretty much everything. But in order to get traction, in order to get attention from some folks that Garofalo referenced by ink by the barrel, and judging from the accuracy of some of the articles, and that's not the only thing I buy by the barrel, judging by that, there's no question that we're not talking about good policy. What we're talking about is politics. So at this point, we've suspended the rules to do 100% pure politics on this bill. We've got a poorly drafted bill that needs more work that we're probably going to pass tonight. A bill whose legacy has been a litany of rumors about phantoms, about what happened. In fact, we have even more rumors about what's going on with this bill tonight on the floor. Mr. Speaker, Representative Zerwas yield to question.
He will. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative
Lesh.
Zerwas, apparently you have information that the rest of the body does not about some people who have been naughty. I know that when the bill came through the committees, I wanted information about who was being naughty. So if we had to make a bill to correct that, we could do it. And we didn't have any information on that, and there was simply more rumor and innuendo about some guy bragging in a bar. And we didn't get any further information about it. From a researcher now, we have some press articles, one about 55 years old, another one about 43 years old, something like that, that it had happened. But if this body is going to make a decision about this going forward, because we need the bill because someone has been naughty, can you tell us, Representative Zerwas, who's been naughty, who's been brandishing their card inappropriately?
Representative Zerwas.
Well, thank you, Representative Lesh. I do not have any specifics on who's been naughty or nice.
Representative Lesh.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, that's part of the problem. This is obviously, this is not the way we do legislation. Not only has this been a litany of phantoms, but it's been a litany of sloppiness. This is extraordinary sloppy that is going through based purely on politics, and it makes me uncomfortable when we pass sloppy legislation. In most cases, I am very proud of this body. It does an outstanding job of deciding where a period goes, or a semicolon, or if a comma is in the wrong place, or if you got to change a clause because we're not sure it correctly applies to that. In this case, we throw caution to the wind because it's all politics. And it's successful because of the reasons that Representative Garofalo mentioned. So there's no question that DWI and all the crimes, whether it's domestic assault or any other crime in Minnesota, is an important matter, and legislators are not above the law. But it's also very important that you as members and in this body respects itself enough to get the policy right. No matter who brings it, no matter how much they yell, whether it's accurate or not, we need to be deliberative and make the right decision based on correct facts. And on a memo, the best information that we've had so far that just comes out tonight, referencing a dozen court cases, we are not in a position to make that decision right now. And this hasn't happened too much on the floor of the House that I've seen in this is my 12th session. It doesn't happen that much up here. Most of the time, we're much better than this. So I'm not going to worry about it too much about when this bill passes tonight. But the fact remains that I hope next year, when something like this comes up, all of you remember this debate and remember the consequences of what happens when we pass a bill that's not deliberative.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. clerk will close the roll. There being 115 ayes and 13 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Representative Murphy, are there any announcements? Representative Linczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Tax Committee is canceled tomorrow. We're going to reschedule for the 20th. Taxes is canceled.
Representative Representative Dowd, do you have Representative Murphy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Just a roadmap for tomorrow. We'll come in at 10, break for caucus for about an hour, hour and a half, come back into the floor and do our work. Members will caucus as soon as we break in room 217. And with that, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 10 a.m. Thursday, April 10th, 2014.
Representative Murphy moves that when the House adjourned today, it adjourn until 10 a.m. Thursday, April 10th, 2014. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Murphy.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Murphy moves the House do now adjourn. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday, April 10th, 2014.